Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting today for August 14th. If I can please, I will go ahead and convene the meeting at 6:01. If I can please have roll call.
Councilmember Torres.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Here.
Councilmember Tamayo.
Here.
Mayor Peralta.
And I am present. Mr. City Attorney, can you please announce all closed session items?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This time, if there are any public comments on closed session items, it would be appropriate to entertain those comments. Do we have any cards turned in for closed session?
We have none.
Just make sure there's one card coming in. No. Okay, we have none. At this time, it'd be appropriate to recess into closed session for the discussion of the items that are listed on the agenda as items 1 through 7. We can recess at this time, Mayor.
Okay, we will go ahead and recess at 6:02. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Good evening, everyone. I would like to reconvene from closed session at 7:12 p.m. Thank you all for your patience. Love to see a full house today. A lot to celebrate. If I can please have our city attorney please provide a summary of our closed session items.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The record should reflect that the City Council, with all 5 members being present, recessed into closed session, that the items 1 through 7 were announced for discussion in closed session. However, items 2 and 7 were not discussed this evening and will be held over to a future City Council meeting. But I will provide a report on the balance of the agenda. Item 1, which is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The City Council received a briefing on that one matter from the City Attorney's Office. There was no final action taken, but direction was provided to engage in mediation regarding the BKK class landfill cost recovery item. Item 3, the conference with legal counsel, existing litigation on the Nassau Services versus City of Montebello lawsuit. There was no final action taken on that matter and nothing further to report. The City Council did receive a briefing on that one item. Item 4, the insurance liability claim that was listed on the agenda. That matter was, an update was provided to the City Council. No action was taken on that claim at this time, and there's nothing further to report. On item number 5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There was one item of significant exposure to litigation on a personnel matter. That matter was discussed, but there was no action taken and nothing required to be reported at this time. Under item 6, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, the Carrera versus City of Montebello item. Again, there was no final action taken. Direction was provided to the city manager and city attorney's office to have an independent review of the proposed resolution or settlement of that case. And that concludes my report from closed session. It's appropriate to continue with the open portion of the meeting.
Thank you. So for our invocation this evening, we will have our elected city clerk conduct the invocation. For our Pledge of Allegiance, we do have Mr. Robert Vasquez, who will be doing that. He is from our American Legion. Very proud to have him here. So if we can start with our invocation, and then if Mr. Vasquez can join us to the front.
Heavenly Father, we meet tonight on behalf of the people of our community. We pray that your spirit of fairness and understanding will touch all of us tonight. We pray that your wisdom will guide us all in what we seek and in what we decide, so that we may work together for the good of all of our people and for the well-being of our community. We ask this in thy name. Amen.
Thank you. Can we have our covers off, please? Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, are there any corrections to the agenda this evening?
Mayor, council members. Yes, we have one addition. At the mayor's request, a proclamation will be added to the presentations in honor of Purple Heart Month.
Thank you very much. So I will go ahead and reorder some of our presentations to just have the flow a little easier. We will go ahead and acknowledge Purple Heart Month, and we also do have a special guest that I would like to recognize for that. After, we will have our Citizen of the Month. We will then have our Shia Japan presentation. After that, National Wellness Month, and then lastly, having Adventist Health White Memorial presentation. So if I can ask my colleagues to please join me in the front so we can continue with this portion of the meeting. Thank you. I believe we also have Mr. Fred Zermeno from the office of Bob Archuleta's office. I'd like to also just call you up so you can participate in our presentation for this special recognition. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this August is particularly special, as for the first time, the City of Montebello will be recognizing August as National Purple Heart Month. This month serves as a profound tribute to the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces who have been wounded or lost their lives in service to our nation. The Purple Heart, established by General George Washington in 1782, is more than just a military decoration. It symbolizes the courage, sacrifice, and resilience of those who have faced the harsh realities of combat. Throughout this month, we pay homage to the heroes who have earned this distinguished honor. We acknowledge their sacrifices and the deep impact on their lives, their families, their communities, and our country. It is a time to reflect on the cost of our freedoms and to express our deepest appreciation for those who have endured the greatest trials in defense of our liberties. As we observe National Purple Heart Month, let us unite in honoring the extraordinary individuals who wear the Purple Heart with pride, whether that be in person or the pages of our history. Let their stories inspire us to uphold the values they fought to protect, and may we continue to support and remember them, not just in August, but every day of the year. And today, I actually would like to recognize and have his story told. If I can please have the honor of having former Commander Mr. Dan Vasquez, please join us up front so we could recognize you. It is with sincere pleasure that the Mayor and the City Council extend their heartfelt recognition to former Commander Dan Vasquez from our local American Legion. As a Purple Heart recipient, Commander Vasquez has demonstrated exceptional bravery and an unwavering commitment to defending the freedoms we hold dear. His selflessness actions in the face of danger exemplify the highest standards of honor, of duty, and of patriotism and love for our country. Through his sacrifice, he has shown the true meaning of courage, not only inspiring fellow service members, but all who cherish the values of liberty and justice here in the city of Montebello. His dedication to duty, even at a great personal cost, is a testament to his strength of character and an enduring symbol of the sacrifices made by those who serve. Thank you very much for your service, Dan Vasquez. Would you like to share a few words? Would you like to share a few words?
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's an honor and a privilege here to accept this, be recognized for this award for the Purple Heart, but not only for myself, but other service men that have, and women that have served and also received the recognition of a Purple Heart. Fortunately, they're not here, but I'm representing them. And again, I'm the member of the American Legion, Montebello, Post 272. Thank you very much. My 3 minutes are up.
Thank you. Brett, would you like to share some words as well?
You know, I just want to congratulate you on behalf of Senator Bob Archuleta, who's the chair of the Military and Veteran Affairs Committee. And we know you symbolize everything that Purple Heart stands for. And on National Purple Heart Day, we just want to thank you so much for your service and welcome home. Thank you so much.
I might mention also, I did serve with the Vietnam Air. I was there in 1966, 1967. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us in recognition of Purple Heart Month. At the next council meeting, I will be requesting my colleagues to have the city of Montebello be recognized as a Purple Heart city and to continue this tradition and expanding the way that we recognize our veterans as well as those that are active in our armed forces. And we do thank you for your service. And so, up next, we do have our Citizen of the Month. If I may please call up Miss Yvette Fimbres. I'm extremely honored to recognize an exceptional individual as a City of Montebello Citizen of the Month. Tonight, we celebrate the remarkable contributions and unwavering dedication of Miss Yvette Fimbres. Yvette and her husband, Henry, have been an integral part of our community. They bought their home here in 2000 and are deeply rooted in the city of Montebello. Yvette, an honors graduate of Schur High School, yay, go Spartans, has dedicated over 30 years to public education. She has served in various roles with the Los Angeles Unified School District, culminating as an assistant principal. Yvette's commitment to education continues through her role as the American Legion Auxiliary Unit 272 Montebello's Girls State Chair, where she coordinates sending high school juniors to Sacramento for a week of learning and responsible citizenship and leadership. She also organizes community emergency planning and crime prevention events at the ALA Unit 272 Montebello National Security Chair. Yvette and her husband also serve as pre- and post-marital teachers and marriage home study leaders for the Arc of Montebello. She is dedicated to our seniors, volunteering with the Hearts of Montebello to celebrate birthdays and holidays with residents of the Golden Manor Retirement Home. Additionally, as a Montebello Unified School District personnel commissioner, she ensures a fair and open personal selection process, showcasing her diverse roles and responsibilities. Yvette's past service includes roles as a City of Montebello Civil Service Commissioner, a City of Montebello Investment Committee member, and a Los Angeles County Reserve Deputy Probation Officer. These roles reflect an extensive experience and commitment to public service. Among her favorite accomplishments are playing Mr. and Mrs. Claus for the National Latino Peace Officers Association East Los Angeles chapter Shop with the Cop event that happens every December. Her work with the Girls State program, and her involvement with the marriage ministry for the Arc of Montebello. All these contributions serve as testaments to her caring nature. To Yvette, serving the people of Montebello means being a dedicated and compassionate advocate for the community. It involves investigating the needs and concerns of residents, volunteering where needed, and fostering a sense of unity and pride. She strives to make a positive impact, ensuring everyone feels heard and valued. Yvette, your tireless dedication to our community, your compassion, the love that you give to Montebello creates a significant impact in every single way and every person that you speak to, that you help, and that you honor. You embody the spirit of Montebello, and we are incredibly proud to honor you as our August 2024 Citizen of the Month. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh,
So I wrote it out because I would start talking just, I don't know what. But I'd like to first thank and give thanks to the Lord for blessing me and surrounding me with a supportive husband, Henry, my rock, the best family and wonderful friendships ever. I am humbled by being nominated by Sandra Sage, and I know she's watching, so hi, Sandra. She's not feeling well today, but, and the Hearts of Montebello. I'm grateful to all the organizations who provide me the opportunity to help and serve my community. I want to thank the great mentors I have who inspire and remind me it is service, not self. Thank you to everyone who was able to be here tonight and those who let me know that they are here in spirit to celebrate with me. And following this, please meet me outside after this presentation for a small dessert treat to say thank you for taking the time from your evening to support me here tonight. I love each and every one of you, and you all know that I am here anytime you need me. Thanks.
So I just want to add just a little bit in recognition of everything the mayor said. It's all on here. We just want to congratulate you for your support of the city of Montebello, and on behalf of the 30th Senate District, the state of California, I wish you continued accomplishments.
Thank you.
read it, it's a lot easier to remember everything when you're actually here.
Thank you all for joining us to honor Miss Yvette Fimbres. I would also like to recognize her and her husband for National Night Out through the National Latino Peace Officers Association did do a donation of $300 to our Montebello Police Explorers program. So just very thankful for the support that they continue to give to our city. Up next, we do have National Wellness Month. So this month, the city is proud to recognize August as National Wellness Month and encourages healthy lifestyle routines. While it may seem like a simple concept, self-care is really easy to ignore, especially when we get caught up in the stresses of everyday life. Now more than ever, we encourage everyone, if I can have the doors closed, thank you. Now more than ever, we encourage everyone to choose wellness and make small changes to impact one's health in a positive way, physically, mentally, and emotionally. So simple ways to take charge of your health and make National Wellness Month a priority includes 30 minutes of exercise, disconnecting from social media, and spending time outdoors, maybe taking a stroll through Taylor Ranch Park, or visit the Montebello Barnyard Zoo at Grant Rape to pet the animals and reduce stress. To learn more about National Wellness Month and what you can do, please visit our website, montebello.gov. I also do have a special guest that I would like to recognize here in our community, who has been doing incredible work in terms of promoting wellness and in promoting self-care. This National Wellness Month, I do want to honor Ms. Dee Inuye, who lives here in the city of Montebello. If I can please have her come up. Dee lives here in the city of Montebello with her husband Daryl, daughter Dana, and son Daryl. She loves Montebello and is passionate about spreading awareness when it comes to health, wellness, and living a holistic lifestyle, which led her to start My Healthy Montebello, which you can find on social media. Please follow her, support her. She does a lot of posts where she promotes holistic lifestyle choices. I think she also does, one day out of the week, she does a trading concept where she trades vegetables or herbs with her neighbors here in the city of Montebello. Dee holds a diploma in personal nutrition and studied psychology at Cal State LA. She is very passionate about health and wellness, enjoys cooking at home, and grows her own herbs and fruits as well as vegetables. She is a proud member of the Lions Club of Montebello. Loves visiting the farmer's market every week. She always posts pictures of all the great vegetables that she finds at the farmer's market and participates in fitness classes offered by the city. As the founder of My Healthy Montebello, she helps promote local places that offer healthy options, exercise programs, and wellness, encouraging the community to have healthy choices. She was also instrumental in encouraging the city council to actually adopt a community garden, which is forthcoming. And so I do want to thank her for her advocacy and her work in terms of making sure that the city really did prioritize holistic life choices and making those available to our community. Dee is excited and hopeful for a healthier Montebello for all. If we can please give her a big round of applause.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much. I'm really honored and humbled by this. This is something that I'm really, really passionate about. We all need health. Health is wealth. And I'm really excited for the future of a healthier Montebello. Thank you for everyone's support. It means the world to me, starting from Joe Palombi back there to David Sosnowski, to Sal, to Angie. You guys, David, Georgina, and you, Scarlett, and everyone out there, my family, of course, friends, Jody, James, everyone. Thank you so much for all the support. It really takes a community to make this happen, so thank you so much. And eat your fruits and veggies, please. Thank you.
And I think we also have another little recognition for you as well.
So thank you once again for letting me crash the party, but this is definitely a woman we wanted to recognize and be here for. In recognition of your dedication to promoting health and well-being, as well as your outstanding efforts in supporting wellness within the city of Montebello and the region, your commitment to fostering a healthier lifestyle has inspired others and made a positive impact on the community. On behalf of the 30th Senate District, the state of California, I thank you for being a shining example of health and wellness. And thank you for your family and everything you do. And I'm going to try to get on track. I did Montebello run once, and I cheated. Everyone was going that way, and I came this way. And so, but I'll try it again. I'll try to get healthy. Thank you so much.
So our next presentation will be run a little bit differently. I will ask my colleagues to continue to stay up here, but I would like to call our Montebello Ashia Sister Cities Association President Emma Delgado and have her come up to begin the presentation.
First, I want to congratulate Dee and Yvette Fimbres for your awards today. Well deserved. My name's Emma Delgado, and I'm the president of the Montebello Ashia Sister City. I want to thank Mayor Peralta and the council for having us today. I'm here to present our Ashia student ambassadors. They've traveled from Ashia, Japan, and they've been here for 3 weeks with 3 different families. And this Sunday, we're gonna have our main event, which is our Sayonara event, and we're bidding farewell to them. They will be departing and going home on Monday, the 19th. So if you guys could all please join us. Again, this is our biggest event, and again, we're bidding farewell to our students who've been amazing student ambassadors representing Ashia. I'm delighted to present to you our 2024 student ambassadors, Ashia student ambassadors, Nao Hashimoto and Tomohiro. I always get these names all mixed up. Shibabuki. They've done an outstanding job representing Ashia during their 3-week stay here in Montebello. And they've represented Ashia wonderfully. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and have them come up and introduce themselves. And then they could pronounce their names better than I can.
Hola, me llamo Nao. Es un placer conocerte. Me encanta la ciudad de Montebello. Montebello has many different cultures and many people teach me Spanish. Montebello students are very, very kind. I have come to like you all. I spent 3 weeks in Montebello learning about peace, culture, community, and history. One of the things that surprised me about Montebello was the active interaction between the citizens of Montebello, such as the National Night Out and Night Market. I felt like everyone in Montebello, regardless business, was my friend. After returning to Japan, I would like to organize an event where Ashia citizens can interact with each other like in Montebello City. Not only that, I think the 3 weeks I spent in Ashia allowed me to think deeply about about future international exchange while cherishing the historical extent that both cities have accumulated up to now. I would like to thank everyone involved in this program. Thank you for everything. I love the city of Montebello, and I will definitely visit again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tomo. At first, I cannot speak Spanish as well, so I will speak in English. I'm not good at speaking English, so allow me my easy English. I came here, this is my first trip to go abroad, and I came America and find 3 things. At first, everything is bigger than Japan. For example, hamburger, chicken, and many food. And I'm very surprised with the freeways. And America's freeway has a 5 lane, but in Japan, we have to pay money to ride the highway, and there's only 2 ways, so very bad traffic. And second, every people is very friendly. Many people say, see you, nice to meet you, hello, good night. And there's a lot of words means hello, nice to meet you in Japan, but many Japanese don't say much. So I have to say that people's friendly to the Asia citizen and Japanese people, and I want to make them to tell every time say good word. Yeah. Sorry, my easy English. and third thing is I forgot. Oh my god. I'm very embarrassing. Okay, I will. First thing, thank you for everything, everyone in Montebello City. Thank you for every citizen helps our stay in Montebello. Gracias.
First off, I just want to recognize the incredible efforts of our Montebello Shia Sister Cities Association. This is a long-running association that has been kept alive by a group of dedicated volunteers. Emma really leading and spearheading this for the past few years. Just an amazing program to really cultivate our young children in terms of in learning about global connections, about cultural awareness and sensitivity, and really about independence. And so these past few days and weeks, I've had the opportunity, council has had the opportunity to get to know Tom and Now. And one thing that I really appreciated that they said that they really like about specifically Los Angeles is that they love In and Out. And so I think we all here appreciate that. We all love In and Out. And it's been an incredible opportunity to be able to meet and be able to speak and really learn a little bit about both of you. As far as just the city of Montebello, we're extremely proud to continue to support this program. And we also have two of our ambassadors who did go to Japan. And so I am looking forward to speaking with you and getting to know a little bit about your experience out there. This is, again, a volunteer-run program. And so the best way that you can support is by attending their Sayonara event. I think they will be able to have flyers outside. It is this Sunday. It is going to be at the Quiet Cannon, and you will be able to really witness some of their talents. I know last year there was really incredible performances and really get to know them a little bit more before they leave. Really encourage you all to please join us and support this incredible organization. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all who joined us for these just really wonderful presentations and so much to celebrate in our community, from Purple Heart Month to National Health Month. We actually still have a few more to go, I believe. Give me one second here. We do have a presentation today from Adventist Health White Memorial. If we can please have Mr. Juan de la Cruz. Yes, the floor is yours.
I was excited to see the chamber so full, and I thought they were here to listen to our presentation, and I was mistaken. But hello, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city leadership. Thank you for allowing us to come and update the city on the work that Adventist Health White Memorial is doing at the former Beverly Hospital. On September 7th, we took over the hospital from Beverly Hospital, and we thought it would be prudent to come almost a year later to give an update of where we're at. I think we've done a lot of tours with the elected officials. We've gone to Rotary clubs to present, and we just want to be transparent on everything that's happening. I think given the year that and the progress we've made over that year, I think it's interesting to see what the progress we made. So my name is Juan de la Cruz. I'm the president of the Charitable Foundation for Adventist Health White Memorial LA and Montebello, and also the government relations executive. So I'm going to introduce Mara, who is the lead administrator here, who will start the presentation, and we're going to kind of jointly talk about it.
Great. As Juan said, my name is Mara Bryant. I'm the COO for both sites and the administrator specifically at Montebello. So just to give you kind of an update of what's happening and kind of our perspective as the acquisition happened last September. As you can see on your maps, our areas, our service areas naturally overlapped with the campus that we had in Los Angeles originally. So now we have the site both in Los Angeles and we have the site in Montebello. They're a very natural kind of continuous area for us, and so it's worked out incredibly well. And looking at the demographics of the two communities, obviously Boyle Heights is more inner city than you're out here in Montebello, but demographically very similar populations, just socioeconomically, people make more money the farther you get out east. So that's what I've learned as I've run each kind of district that goes up about $10,000 for every area that you pass over to the next. So doing a lot of great work with the city already, and we hope to continue to do that work in the future. As you know, for the formerly Beverly Hospital, it was dominated in terms of who pays us by the federal government and the state government, so it's mostly Medicare and Medi-Cal. It makes it a little more challenging because neither one are great people to get paid by, but it is a population that we're very comfortable being able to survive in. So you'll see at the LA site, we're much more heavily Medi-Cal than we are out here. And we've been able to survive in there for 100 years. So we feel very comfortable that we can be successful out here in Montebello with the same type of payer mix, actually a little better out here in Montebello. So you can see from this diagram, these are the actual properties that were acquired when we acquired the site. That big square in the middle that looks like a grass field, we actually subsequently did buy that also. From the physician who owned that. So we now own kind of the whole area, that whole block. Our current capabilities at the hospital, the emergency room up and running, very busy, never stopped a beat. We are running almost within 10 patients of what the volumes were prior to us taking over. At the current time, the adult inpatient care, we have intensive care, cardiac monitoring, which is telemetry, and then basic medical surgical. We're operating 2 of the OR suites with all the other supporting services for a hospital, imaging, pharmacy, all of that kind of good stuff. We recently, as in April 14th, transitioned over from the electronic medical record that Beverly was using over to an integrated platform. So now it's very nice. All of our doctors can see all of the patients at both sites simultaneously. So that really helps. And additionally, we were able to get agreement with all the managed care companies to recognize Montebello as just a second site on our current contracts. So we weren't required to go out there and recontract with everybody, which often makes it very hard to survive that first year. So those were all really good things. Additionally, we just received our full accreditation from the Joint Commission, which is the national recognized organization for hospital accreditation. That occurred literally last week. So you have about 6 months to get ready, and then they came and surveyed us, spent a lot of time with us, and we received our full hospital accreditation. So we're actively working in service lines such as general medical, general surgery. Robotics was a new item that we introduced. Robotics had never been at Beverly Hospital. We brought that in about 2 months ago and are developing that robotic side, and you can see the robot in the back of that picture. Actively in orthopedic surgery, neurology, and then our limb preservation services. The old size of the hospital and what's currently happening today, like I said, all of the emergency departments open. There are 6 operating rooms there. We are currently only functioning in 2. The reason for that is we needed to do some major repairs in almost all of them. So we used the 2 best ones. In the meantime, we have now retrofitted all the other ones, and the fire department has already signed off on them. So we're just waiting for the Department of Health to come and bless them, and then we'll be able to start functioning the rest of the ORs. So that will help us quite a bit. The total licensed beds, when we took over, was 192. We're functioning 116 of them right now. Some of the difference in that are beds that are in very old parts of the building that honestly I'm not sure are ever going to be inhabitable. So we'll sit around 116 to 125 probably for the immediate time period. And just give you some ideas on volumes, like I mentioned, the ER really never dropped. So we're seeing about 2,300 patients a month in the ER. So we have a good volume there. In our operating rooms, we're having about 150 surgeries a month, so good volumes going on there. Our inpatient census is around 43 patients right now. And then we are literally in the cusp of opening some additional service lines. Like I said, we're just waiting for the Department of Health to come out. So medical cardiology will be opening as soon as they come out. Gastroenterology or GI services also will be opening, interventional radiology, and surgical urology. So those are all ones that literally, they just need to walk in the building and say, okay, and we can open those services. Hopefully in the next 30 days is what we're expecting. So we have been doing a lot of facility expansion, retrofitting a lot of areas that just because of, I think, the bankruptcy, there hadn't been improvements made to some of the infrastructure. So had to go in and rebuild the GI suites, the ORs, and then we'll be opening 12 more beds. We will be opening outpatient radiology. That will be coming shortly, and then cardiac stress testing. So a lot of good services coming out in the near future. We will be applying to become back to being a primary stroke center for this area because there really isn't one in the neighborhood. The reality is we had to wait 6 months before we could apply because you have to collect data for them for 6 months before you can even apply. The same is true for emergency department for pediatrics. We'll be applying for that, and right now we are in the middle of completing our first community health needs assessment. A lot of great partnerships with Montebello on that side. And we really appreciate all the focus groups. I think we had most of them at the YMCA out here in Montebello. And then kind of where to from here. A big piece of the future really is about attracting some new and younger physicians. The medical staff at Beverly that we inherited, a lot of them were at the end of their career. Still great doctors, but we need some that will be practicing 20 years from now, not just 10 years from now. And then looking at some of those key service lines such as OB interventional cardiology, which will be a little farther down the road, and then outpatient services in general. Also developing that property that I showed you. We really want that to be a medical hub, that whole area. Looking at, the medical office buildings, we need to do some upgrading, the one that's there, probably build a second one. Looking at some commercial sites and also some mixed-use properties. So although those are potentials, and we were sitting down with the city to talk through kind of what that might look like in the future. We are also looking to who we're going to partner with to open the federally qualified health center footprint on the campus. It's important when you have a Medi-Cal population. Really, the only way that doctors can stay afloat with Medi-Cal is if you're in an FQHC. So we want to have a viable footprint for an FQ on that campus. We have a very successful one in Boyle Heights. They're seeing about 60,000 visits a year now, and they've only been open 6 years. So they grew very fast and are doing incredibly well. Juan is already working on the workforce development. I know he'll make some comments about that. And then also, I took down the person you recognized on well-being because that's also a big emphasis of us. So we want to integrate well-being efforts between the hospital and how we can participate in the overall approaches that Montebello's having. And I'll let Juan go through the rest here.
So it's important to talk about workforce development, especially when it comes to healthcare in our communities. At our current LA site, we have a healthcare workforce development pathways for at-risk youth or youth ages 15 to 26. So since we took over the hospital, we've been working closely with the city, the school district, and nonprofits in the area to have that conversation about bringing a new healthcare workforce development program for at-risk youth. I'm happy to report that because of a U.S. bank grant of $200,000, we are now starting a healthcare workforce development program here in Montebello. So we have about 5 that just started our pilot program. As we bring service lines into our hospital, we will be creating more opportunities for the youth to learn about healthcare pathways. And it's also important to talk about our Telecu nursing program that we have at an LA campus. The majority of our nurses come from the community, so we want to continue to create opportunities for our nurses to live in the community, work in the community, and serve their community. And then in addition to that, at our LA site, we have 5 residency programs: OBGYN, internal medicine, family residency, podiatry, and pharmacy. And so eventually we'll be looking at expanding some of those services here and providing some of the residency programs here. So there's a lot of work that we're going to continue to do. And then community well-being, like Mara said, we are going to be creating a community well-being center where we do work with some of our city nonprofits. And we have food insecurity programs, diabetes prevention programs, high blood pressure programs for the community, senior citizen programs that we have in our LA campus. We are doing that in a small pilot program here, but eventually it'll grow, and we hope to see it flourish like the LA campus as well. And so with that, there's also opportunities to look at the facade at Montebello. The facade and the facility really haven't been taken care of for quite some time. And we've done an assessment, but the aesthetics of it, people still think that it's Beverly Hospital, and we want to make sure that they understand that it's an Adventist Health hospital that provides services, and that we took over the hospital with the care, compassion that we have in LA. A lot of our patients come from Montebello to LA, so they know Adventist Health. And so we've had conversations with a lot of our patients that are excited about it. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of the service lines that are open there, but eventually we will. So here are some renderings that we've built as we continue to talk about evolving that hospital. This would be something about the facility and some upgrades. Right now, the entrance doesn't look appealing. You actually don't know where the entrance is. You have 2 entrances where do I come in or where I don't come, I don't know what. So we understand that. So we're gonna look at that opportunity to make sure it's appealing for our patients. This is another rendering of how something that we're thinking to put there. Obviously, these are renderings. Things will change. We will talk to the city leadership and community members and the thoughts of how it looks. This is currently one of the entryways that we have there, but we're planning to do a garden there. This is what a garden would look like in the near future, where people can come in and during the waiting periods, go outside. Even some of our patients use it. At our facility in LA, we have a healing garden similar to this. And so it's highly utilized by our patients and also our visitors as well. This is more of a rendering of what it would look like from the outside. And this is nearing the street where the elementary school is located. Here currently, this is our exterior of the existing conditions in the area and our emergency department area. This is what the emergency department entrance currently looks like. It's not conducive to our traffic, and also people don't really understand where the entryway is for the emergency room. So we're planning to upgrade that as well. This is what a rendering of how it would look like, the plan view. You're gonna have an actual waiting room there in the emergency room, and then you'll have one outside where patients can wait in the entry lobby area. So this is a rendering again of what they look like, what we're thinking of putting there. But we're also cognizant of cost. And we're here for the long run. And we know there's gonna be a long investment here. And so just in upgrading, and it's not really touching on seismic retrofit, you're talking about $100 million. Seismic retrofit, the hospital needs are about 86 million. So right now we're working with our elected officials at the federal level, at the local level, so they can understand the needs, and hopefully they can support in some way, somehow, and advocating for this hospital, because the community in Montebello really deserves a state-of-the-art hospital. And we're here to be here for the long run. We were in LA for 113 years, and we want to continue to expand our services here. So this is our presentation here. I don't know if there's any questions or how this works here, but that's the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much to the both of you for the updates and for being so transparent and really giving us a moment of hope in terms of what we can envision with our hospital here. I will go ahead and just go down a roll call to see if my colleagues have any questions. Today we have up first, Councilmember Torres.
No questions, just want to say welcome. And just let the community know that Adventist Health White Memorial have been fantastic partners with the city in terms of communicating and being on the same page about what our residents need, what the larger community needs, and what the vision is. So very much appreciate those open lines of communication and the ways that staff has engaged with you all to make sure that we're moving forward in a direction that restores and even advances the services to our residents in our community.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez.
Thank you. I just want to echo what my colleague said. You all have been phenomenal partners throughout this whole process. I do want to emphasize, if I can get slide, it's either 5 or 6, where there's like a kind of details of properties.
This one.
There we go.
Yeah.
We got to it. I just want to make sure that, the community understands how, when you see this, the magnitude of what this can be. I know there's the deferred maintenance. We got to focus on that. There's a lot of money that we got to go and get as, partners, and all of us work together. But this right here can definitely have a huge impact, not just in this area, but in the whole city. And we're talking about property that hasn't been developed yet. We're talking about there's some open space. I think there's some kind of like apartments, houses, and there is huge opportunity here to really make this a really an important, a big regional medical hub in the area. So again, I think this is exciting for all of us. for us to partner, for us to work together, because it's just, there's a lot of property here, and there's a lot of deferred maintenance, there's a lot of work. You guys have done phenomenal in the operations. There was a lot of challenges, to say the least, but there's huge opportunity here for us to work together to develop something big. And I also want to thank you for, we do serve on an ad hoc committee, my colleague Councilmember Torres, and we have had these meetings, and we hope that we can continue having these meetings, and that you're all valuing our input as well as all this gets developed. But again, I think it's important for the community to know of what can happen here and how this whole area can really look like. So, yeah, thank you.
If I can add, the plan is to master plan that and have community input and city leadership input as well.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you both for the presentation. Yes, I'll echo what Sal just said. This is, if you look at this image, it is just transformative and transformational. This is for the whole city, right? I do want people to understand, because people have asked repeatedly, is the hospital open? Is the emergency room open? So I want to make sure that people know that it isn't that Beverly Hospital shut down. The hospital is there, but it's now Adventist. I also want to thank you, because we had this conversation, a brief one, at lunch at the State of the Union on Friday. And I think for a moment, one of my concerns was like, when I would see the hospital and the fact that, it was very clear from every side. It didn't matter if you drove through the front, the side, into the emergency room, that it was a huge taking, whoever was going to take on this. It was a feeling similar to me trying to make modifications on my property. I want a new driveway, I want a new porch, and I need in order for me to get my patio, I'm going to have to hold on a few things or prioritize. So in considering how you would prioritize and developing or redeveloping this space, it was always a concern, again, what is going to happen to the patients. But I do want to share a personal experience and a feel-good story, something that happened over the weekend. One of my neighbors, actually my neighbor next door, something happened, and I do want to thank Fire and PD for getting out there as fast as they did. I was concerned, and I wanted to know where they were going to take my neighbor, because I wasn't sure. I know that there was a very traumatic experience. Something really bad happened, and I had to ask where they were taking her, right? And I wasn't sure if they were going to say county. And I was like, I think there was this huge sense of urgency to just take her somewhere immediately, and say, we're taking her to Beverly Hospital. I was concerned. My sister had an experience once before at Beverly Hospital, when it was Beverly Hospital. But I have been talking to the family, and they were very pleased. They're like, Angie, we heard so many things about Beverly Hospital, and it's not as bad as people painted it, right? And people made it out to be. So I was actually messaging with one of the family members, and they were telling me they could see the difference. And right now, it's clear, I wanted to ask about the bedroom, about the rooms, right? The capacity that you're operating under, and whether it's 50 or 100 at the moment, whatever care you're providing for the patients coming in, it seems to be something that people are noticing. So thank you for that. And again, excited for this partnership.
And then we have Councilmember Tamayo. Do you have any questions or remarks?
I do have a couple of comments. Very much appreciate the update to us and to the community, so that they know what is happening with this, the Adventist White Memorial Hospital. And also thank you for being an active and proactive, as we saw right now, community member. And really, it's nice to see you at our community events, and to have you talk to folks and see what Montebello is about. And then the workforce development, that's great. So looking forward to the development, as we talked about in this map, and thank you for choosing to come to Montebello.
And I also just echo all around, very, very similar sentiments. I'm just very proud to have you both here, really keeping our community engaged and updated. And, as my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Melendez, emphasizing the impact that these parcels here, that this land that is currently we're working, or you all working with us to reimagine, is something that I think is extremely positive for our city, something that gives us an opportunity to look forward to in terms of the state-of-the-art medical hub facilities that we will be hopefully envisioning in the near future. I do just want to commend the fact that you are prioritizing the primary stroke center as well as the emergency department for pediatrics. These are the two services that extremely impact our residents, and the due diligence of ensuring that we're meeting that criteria and that these services will be up and running in the near future is something that is extremely hopeful, because we do get those calls in terms of, hey, why aren't these services currently being provided, and just how impactful they are to have them here in the city. So very excited to see that there is work towards that. And then also just very thankful for you all in terms of collaborating with the city of Montebello. Oftentimes, you don't get this very unique opportunity to be able to collaborate and have this, our feedback in a way influence, or at least, be taken as considerations. Very thankful for my colleagues here who did start this ad hoc in terms of working directly with Adventist Health White Memorial of how we can hopefully influence, or in general guide what we would like to also see here in these facilities that are to come. One thing that I do want to highlight is just how important it is that you are being proactive in terms of the healthcare workforce development program that you are seeking to bring to the city of Montebello, as well career pathways for youth. This past council meeting, we adopted our economic prosperity plan for 2025 through 27, and one of the main components was the city really working towards developing our own workforce development program here in partnership with our local community-based organizations. And so the fact that you are also integrating this into your medical hub vision is something that we appreciate in terms of bringing in those opportunities to create careers, and also train our residents into what it would mean to service our community through these types of medical professional opportunities. So overall, very thankful. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your patience in through the presentations that we went through, and thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And now that takes us to, yes, we have our treasurer's monthly update, and this presentation will be conducted by our city treasurer, Mr. David Matanga. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Council. What we're going to have here is a snapshot in time. This is the June 24th monthly treasurer's report. Let me see if I can work this. Which one is it? Okay, great. There we go. If you take a look at the printout right there, cash by a major account type. Comparisons at 2 points in time illustrate the cash flow during the year. If you take a look at the general fund on June 2023, we had 104, looks like $1,439 and $663. Successor agency for that year, $18,885,307, and then other cash, $1,105,363. The total there is $124,433.33. This is cash by a major account. It varies during the year based on revenue received, property tax, sales tax, and et cetera. If you look at June 2024, we have $97,160,153 in the general fund. Then successor agency, $7,731,984. Other cash, $1,019,721, which is a total of $105,911,857. And now, if you look at the next line, this shows the variance as to the same quarter year and prior year. On the general, we have a expenditure of $7,279,511. On the successor agency, it's $11,153,323. Other cash, $85,642, which gives a balance, a negative balance of $18,518,476. That shows there has been some expenditures with the successor agency. That was taxes paid on the real estate that was sold. Okay, you go into the next page. This is the state treasury balance general fund. And what we got here, if you notice, there are several years here. The top portion is the year 2023, and we got a very good solid rate of return. It's around $7.5 million there. If you go down to the red line, that's the year 2022, and this is this is from the other banks, and we got a lower rate of return during that same time period. If you take a look at that, and if you look at the next line, it also has that same type of preference there, the lower rate of return, and then we have in 2020, the yellow line, you notice a lower rate of return. So we're better off with the state treasury balance funding. We're getting a higher rate of return. Necessary and reasonable liquidity. Sufficient liquidity to meet our demands for 6 months. City cash flow position remains strong and improved. That's on the next one there. And that's my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matanga. And moving forward, we do have public comments on non-agenda items. At this time, Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the statement of oral communications before receiving public comments on non-agenda items?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Members of the City Council, at this time is the opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council on non-agenda items. Anyone who wishes to address the City Council would have to fill out a form and submit it to the City Clerk prior to this point in time. Each party addressing the City Council will have 3 minutes and must address items that are not on the agenda. There are also communications later for items that are on the agenda. With that, Madam Mayor, it would be appropriate to ask the City Clerk if there are public comment cards.
Hi, Mayor. Yes, we do have a couple of non-agenda item speaker cards. Proceed. First speaker is going to be Elizabeth Arenas, followed by Raul Hurtado.
Yes, good evening, Council. First of all, I had 3 items, but I'm just going to cover 2. White Memorial, just for your information, I just retired from the county, and I had a county position, a state position, and a federal position. I personally inspected White Memorial in East LA, and they are excellent. I was so glad they took over Beverly. For the last 5 to 10 years, I told my friends and relatives, don't even go there, because I know what it was like, and they have a big job ahead of them. I'm very glad this is happening. Okay, my next one, I recently had to pick up a grandchild at La Merced Intermediate, and I was shocked. I don't know what's going on there, but I don't see a reason why it's going on. I just did this real quick. They had a sign posted saying, no stopping, 7 to 8 a.m., 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. That's the time the parents pick up and drop off the kids. There's no street sweeping going on there. This is only school days. I don't know what's going on. There's no street sweeping, no road work, no tree trimming. There's no reason why they aren't allowing the parents to drop off and pick up the kids. Where are they supposed to go? 3 blocks away? No, that's not acceptable. It's a public street. It's not private parking. I don't really care how long the people along that street live there. 5 years, 10 years, 20, 30, it is a public street. This was happening at La Merced Elementary. I made it a point to present it to the council, not this council, and they fixed the problem. And now their reason was, it's street sweeping. But did they have to do it when the kids were being dropped off? No. They pushed it up 3 hours, and it's not a problem. This may be a safety concern, I don't know. Or is it an immediate resident influence? I'm sorry, we pay taxes here. The street is supposed to be for public parking. 1 hour. They pick the hour they drop off and pick up the kids. There's something wrong with that picture. I'm sorry. The public parking regulation has a purpose. What's the purpose? No street sweeping. Nobody's cutting trees. There's no road work. I'm not going to stop here. If it doesn't get corrected, I will go up the ladder. This is not acceptable. Again, this is not private parking. It is public parking. And I'm really upset because I had to go 3 blocks away to pick up somebody in a 1 hour window. And I wasn't the only one. And if they think that they're going to prevent the parents parking there, it didn't work. Everybody was double parked. They were parked in driveways. They were parked anyway. They didn't care if they got a ticket. So this needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arenas. If staff can please just be able to get some more information, and also direct her to our Traffic and Safety Commission. Thank you.
Next speaker is Raul Lutardo, followed by Delia Sandoval.
I am here. I first of all want to congratulate you all. You probably put a lot of hard work into that street festival. Very successful, a lot of detail. You must have overworked yourself. Really good show. But that brings into another thing. The previous city manager, for some reason or another, he had this sensation or something that he was above everybody else. And as you remember, one of his first acts was to clear everybody out of the pit area and put them out there. I thought he took over the office over there, which was preferential office. I thought he was going to elevate his chair up there too, so he could be higher than everybody else. He had this thing about separation for some reason or another. So that brings me to the street festival, the first one that he ever had over there. You had the VIP section. I don't like separation. I don't think I'm better than anybody else, and I don't think anybody else is better than me. I went over there and I was going to say hi to a couple of friends of mine. This was the first festival. And I was immediately stopped by staff. You can't go in there, you can't, that's only for VIP. I said, I just want to say hi to my friends. You can't go in there. I was immediately taken away. Couldn't go in there. Second festival, I had the VIP area again. One of the city council members was letting some people in and signaling me to come in. And I says, no, I'm not going in there. I'm not a very important person. I can't go in there. I cannot go in there. I felt like the Secret Service was going to attack me if I walked in there, protecting all you very important people. This last street festival, I was walking on the outside where the very unimportant people are. And I made contact with one of you up there, eye-to-eye contact, and that person usually says hi to me and greets me and everything like that. He looked at me, made eye, and immediately turned away. I said, well, I guess he can't be talking to the very unimportant people because it'll look bad with the very important people that are in there. So I can understand that. So I walked a little bit further, and there was the lady that needs a translator. She was in the very important people area. And I could not understand that because she's a fraud. She steals from the city, every city council meeting. It costs us so much money. Nobody's done anything about it, and she continues, and she's in the very important people. I says, man, what, something's wrong here. So I would like to challenge all of you here, or ask you, or dare you, should I say. I know you can't speak right now, so on your next city council meeting, maybe on your agenda where you have your council orals, could you please say, I am a very important person because, explain to me why you are a very important person. I know, just two lines. I know David Torres could probably
Thank you,
fill 10
Mr.
pages.
Hurtado. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I know
Can we
you do.
please have the
Thank you.
next person?
Next speaker is Delia Sandoval, followed by Tila Gregorian.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Peralta. On August 2nd, the California State Historical Preservation Department held a hearing to consider designating the DePaul Center in South Montebello as a listing site for historical preservation. The commission voted 5-1 in our favor, and the DePaul Center got an eligibility determination. If the owners had not objected, the DePaul Center would be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. On behalf of a group of residents who worked very hard during the past 2 years to accomplish this goal, and the community of South Montebello who support us, we want to thank you, Mayor Peralta and David Torres, for calling in during the hearing to support us and for speaking about the significance of the architecture and importance of having the seminary in our community. David, even though you do not represent District 5, us, you represented us admirably and intellectually. Your call was a very welcome surprise. Thank you. Scarlett, when I heard your voice and you said, this is the mayor of Montebello, I could not believe that you would take the time to call with your support. You are a mayor who represents all of Montebello. Thank you. I have frequently come forth and said what a great job both of you are doing. Your professionalism, intellectual abilities, respectfulness, and insightfulness, leadership, superb qualities. Again, I come forward to declare and prove that you have all of those qualities and more by taking action when it is necessary. Thank you for your support to us, the residents of South Montebello. We really appreciate you. And all those others who are listening, who supported us with letters, thank you so much. And again, good evening and thank you.
Next speaker is Tila Gregorian, followed by Linda Nicholas.
Tila Gregorian, resident of Montebello for many years. Good evening, council members, city staff, and Montebello residents. I guess my main concern right now was, there was another issue I wanted to address, but I think that will have to wait. I want to address the way that our assistant manager was let go from the city. It was just done in such an unprofessional, I can't even find the words to express how she was just called one day and told her not to come back the following day. She had been an employee, a very good employee of our city for many years, and she knew everything There were many times when you council members needed something and she had it right in front of her. And she was just let go. And I see here now there's, in the closed session, insurance liability claimed. There's a agency claims against City of Montebello, and that is Arlene Salazar. Surprise, surprise. Why would you be surprised? I mean, there was no reason for this lady to lose her job. She was a very good employee. She had a lot of answers for a lot of people and was always there to help anyone that needed help. So to this day, I do not understand how this can happen, be allowed to happen in the city of Montebello. I thought we're above that, but it seems to me that we are not. I mean, we just don't treat people like dirt, especially employees that have been so faithful to our city for so long. I am just very upset, and I'm very happy to hear that she is, has a claim against our city. She deserves it. And I hope that somebody will come to their senses in the city and understand the wrong that was done to her and will not allow this to happen again in our city. Thank you.
Next speaker is Linda Nicholas, followed by Brisa Sotelo.
Linda Nicholas, address on file. Top-notch hoe. Sound familiar, Mr. Torres? You never failed to surprise us and continue to let our community down with your poor leadership. His recent campaign announcement contained a song that referred to women as top-notch hoes. He did this intentionally because he's so anal about specific details that I doubt he even heard the lyrics. This is another example of Torres' disdain for women and his constant attempt to degrade women. Every opportunity he gets, Torres has denied being a sexist. Well, this is a very good example of that. Torres must be held accountable for this continued assault on women, and you, Peralta, must condemn such a despicable announcement instead of reposting it. Shame on both of you. David, in your failed attempt to look cool, you insulted mothers, grandmothers, daughters across Montebello. You really need to stop that. You really need to realize that what you're doing is a moron act to try to make yourself seem like you're important. You failed. Now, on Thursday, when we had that huge fire that there were 80 firefighters that responded, I didn't see either the city manager or the mayor show up. If you remember, you probably don't remember, but when the condos on Greenwood caught fire, the city manager came from San Dimas, the former mayor showed up, and they were both there for hours, tending to the residents who lost their homes. Remember what I said at the meeting? There's gonna be a fire on Truckway, and you know what's gonna happen? The fire department's not gonna be able to get in there to put it out. 80 firefighters. 7 hours later, they were still fighting that fire. A firefighter got hurt. And what happened? Bad planning. I told you, we said this. That was a bad design. Exactly what I said. If a fire catches there, it's going to be a disaster. It was in the news. It was very destructible. All the people that have homes there, I didn't see any of you out there worried about what happened to the residents or the quality of life for the people that lost their businesses. You're the mayor of this city. That's your job.
Next speaker is Brisa Sotelo, followed by Joella Valdez.
Good evening, council members, Mayor. Thank you for allowing us to be here. My name is Brisa Sotelo Vargas. I live in the 5th District, and I am here to recognize 2 members of your council that went above and beyond. They are not the representatives of our district, but on August 2nd, as my neighbor explained and said it a lot better than I could probably, showed up to support something that the residents of South Montebello have been hard at work doing, and I'm going to ask them to stand. South Montebello residents stand. These residents have been working endlessly to gather signatures, to talk to neighbors about the St. Vincent de Paul Center, and we have a lot of passion for it. We believe that it's one of the gems in our community, and we made that loud and clear, and the state of California agreed with us on August 2nd. So we are very grateful for you participating with us. You showed up educated on the issue, educated about the history of Montebello, and connected it. So I want to come and congratulate you and thank you for standing with us, even though you're not our member of that district. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Joella Valdez.
I'm going to read this because I might get a little emotional. Tonight, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Montebello Fire Department for their heroic response to the devastating fire that erupted on Truck Way in the early hours of Thursday morning. Their swift action helped to prevent a greater tragedy, and we really owe them our deepest thanks. I also want to commend the Montebello Police Department for their diligence in securing the area. The officers on duty demonstrated compassion, professionalism while assisting residents during the evacuation, and their support was invaluable. Another special shout out goes to my incredible neighbor, Ruby Polo, who took it upon himself to go door to door, waking up those who were unaware of the evacuation order. Many of our residents' homes are soundproof, making it a little difficult to hear the evacuation orders that the helicopters were announcing overhead. His selfless actions made a significant difference in ensuring that all of our residents who woke up were safe. However, I must voice a deep concern that weighs heavy on my heart tonight. We had our community meeting, and I found out at that meeting that not a single resident had been contacted or checked on by our mayor, Scarlett Peralta, nor our district council member, David Torres. This oversight is not just disheartening, it feels disingenuous. I definitely wasn't expecting y'all to call me, but there's a whole community that lives there. It seems that unless there's a photo opportunity or a chance to promote yourself on social media, our residents are left in the shadows. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, is it me? Is that the reason why you guys neglect our area? We don't have striping where Montebello Boulevard meets Greenwood. I've been a resident for years, and yet it feels as though that only those who align with your views are valued. And this is not about me, it's about all of us who calls Montebello home. So let me be clear, I'm gonna hold you accountable. And it would have been a tragedy had that fire spread and lives and homes been lost. Perhaps then you would have showed up and showed concern and checked on the residents of our community. But the truth is, many of us feel that we are just not a priority to you. Our district deserves better. We deserve to be seen, heard, and cared for, not just when it's convenient for you. So you represent some residents because we heard District 5 residents stand up and thank you, right? But you don't represent all of us. Just like you care about some employee rights and some employees having dignified working conditions, but not all. So I really need you guys to reflect on that. You may not like me, and that's okay, but we are an entire city. It's not just about me. Do better.
That concludes all speaker cards for non-agenda items.
Okay, so moving forward, we do have staff communications on items of community interest. Mr. City Manager, may you please introduce these items?
Yes, Mayor, we have a special presentation from our fire department. Chief? Regarding our fire camp, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You ready?
Yes, I think we're ready. I just want to say that we had a junior fire academy here a couple weeks ago, and it was a great success, and it just shows that as our fire department grows and we become more resilient, we're able to provide these programs to the community, because at the end of the day, we're community focused, and that's what it's all about. So let's go ahead and play the video.
Thank you very much, Chief. I do just really want to commend you for this really incredible program that you brought to life. I remember earlier in the year, you had mentioned, and we talked about, how can we involve our youth within our fire department? And this is a vision that you had shared, and to just see it come to life months later, I do want to commend that effort, not only on behalf of yourself, but also of our department to really prioritize engagement with our community, especially for our youth. We talked a little bit about career pathways earlier and community workforce development programs. This is another opportunity and another area of how we can ensure that we're really meeting the needs of our residents, and that's through our children, making sure that we're introducing them to potential careers, also just introducing them to the values of leadership and of service. This was a really incredible 3-day program. I hope to see more, and just know that we really are proud of having this be introduced as a pilot program, and hopefully it grows a little wider. So with that, we do have a public hearing. Is there?
On public hearing? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Mayor,
Okay.
before we begin the public hearing, we want to make an announcement pertaining to this item. We did receive a notice of an abeyance from the proponents for this development. There's a representative here for that development. This was, in terms of the process, this was an appeal process. We were required per our ordinance to bring it to council within 30 days. That's why we got to this date. This abeyance request was received a few days ago, so it was received. It's a matter of public record. Each of you council members, including the mayor, received this notice. At this time, if it's okay with the mayor, we would invite the representative from the developer to come up and say a few words.
Okay, do I have to open the public hearing?
Well, Madam Mayor, before you do, what the request this evening, as I understand from the representative from the developer, is to seek a postponement of tonight's public hearing, a continuance for their ability to have further review of the project and implementation. They need more time. Also, I believe that there is, at least from my recollection, a assertion that there may be some medical or health issues of the property owner, and are coming to the council not for purposes of conducting tonight's public hearing, but to ask for a continuance. And then it could be up to the council to determine whether or not you would grant that continuance. My recommendation, even before hearing from the representative, is to strongly consider accepting the request, in as much as there's due process components to the hearing or evaluation of a project such as this, and that if the applicant, at least even at the first hearing before the city council, is indicating that they are making a request for additional time, it is my recommendation that it's far more prudent to grant that request, and even possibly refer it back to staff for further review and analysis. And so I want to lay that foundation before we actually do open the public hearing, and I think it is appropriate to hear from the representative.
Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, members of staff. Thanks for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. My name is Max Mizuta Vargas. I'm an attorney with the Somos Group, representing the applicant and property owner of 301 Jackmar Drive, Mr. Bill Molinari. We've been in communication with staff and the city attorney over the past several weeks ahead of tonight's meeting to request that the appeal hearing for this item be postponed to a later date. As we noted in our email correspondence with staff and in a letter that you should have received this week, Mr. Molinari unfortunately could not be present for tonight's meeting on account of health challenges. We understand that the Montebello Municipal Code provides that appeals of the City Planning Commission should be scheduled for council within 30 days in order to protect an applicant's rights to a swift resolution and avoid needless delay. But under these circumstances, applicant is voluntarily waiving his rights to have the appeal heard within this 30-day period and is willing to accept a later date to enable him to attend in better health. So we ask that council continue this hearing and hold the appeal in abeyance for at least an additional 60 days. And we are willing to work with staff to find an appropriate date and time based on council's busy calendar. Thank you very much for your consideration. I'm available to answer any further questions.
I do have a question. Seeing that council just must consider this, I do also just want to respect those that did come for public comments. Are we able to still take their public comments despite the consideration of council extending this?
Right. Well, Madam Mayor, that's certainly at the discretion of the city council. What I would suggest is you could do a couple of things. One is I would recommend that you not open the public hearing, and those that come forward would just be making public comment on an item that's on the agenda. Recognizing the fact that the project that is being proposed tonight, and if it's referred back to staff, may not be the project that comes back before the city council. Secondly is the fact that, the opposition, those that are either in support or opposed to the project, again, I want to make sure it's clear that the council cannot comment upon those elements because while it is, while the public hearing has not been opened, it is still what we call a quasi-adjudicatory matter. And by that, I mean that you serve as judges. You evaluate the evidence and the statements that come before you, and then you'll ultimately make a decision. Generally in these situations, I do recommend that, and I do recognize the members of the public that have come out tonight and have waited through, practically 2 hours of a meeting to be able to get their opportunity to make their statement. But I do want to remind the council that it would not be part of the public hearing administrative record, but just merely public comment on an item on the agenda. But I generally recommend that you not even do that. But again, I recognize the sensitivity to the members of the public. Yeah, if you're going to continue the matter or take action, I would recommend you do that first.
Okay, out of respect for community members that were here and were here specifically for this item, I do want to respect your time and allow you to conduct a public comment. At this time, I think council needs to provide action in terms of the request that was brought forth. And so is that through a motion or how does that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it would be appropriate for the council to entertain a motion to grant the request from the applicant's counsel on behalf of the applicant to continue this matter. I think you said 60 days.
Yeah, at the very least.
And that the matter be referred back to staff to work and coordinate with the applicant for finding a new date for conducting the public hearing, which would be noticed, and anyone who's here tonight or anyone who's not here tonight would have that opportunity to come back and address the council at that time. So that would be appropriate then to entertain a motion to grant the request for continuance.
Okay, I will go ahead and ask my colleagues if there's a motion to that effect.
There's a question?
Do you have a question?
Oh, yes, my apologies. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, before we go any further, I was informed by Councilmember Tamayo that she owns property, was not quite certain within 500 feet, but certainly close nearby to the subject property. And accordingly, under the rules of conflict of interest, she would be required to step aside from any further conversation or decision on this matter. And accordingly, Councilmember Tamayo is leaving the room consistent with the requirements of the government code, the FPPC regulations. So that will be on the record, and then it comes back up to the council for.
Okay, I think we have an inquiry from Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. Are we able to provide comments in regards to this project or?
I would recommend that there be no comment from the council. Again, you serve, unless you're going to open the public hearing, deny the request, which I don't recommend that you do either. But if you're going to deny the request and move forward with a full public hearing and presentation, then it would come up to the council level. If you're going to only grant the continuance, I would recommend you serve as judges.
Yeah.
And that would be no different than a judge in a courtroom, giving predetermination or evaluation of the case before him or her. And again, we because you serve that quasi-adjudicatory role on matters such as this, I would strongly recommend council not make comment on anything other than the continuance, request for continuance.
Mr. City Attorney, I do also want to just add a note or clarify. Council also does have the opportunity, if they wish to do so, open the public hearing and actually go forward with this, right? And I just want to be fair in the sense it sounds like some council members may want to provide comment or not, but you also have the opportunity to consider this request for a continuance, right? So I just want to make sure that you do have those two options, right? for you at your discretion. But duly noted what the city attorney is mentioning. If you are considering approving this continuance or moving forward with the continuance, you probably should not be making any comments to any effect in favor or against this development.
And the city manager is absolutely correct on that.
Okay, I will go ahead and call for a motion.
I would like to open the hearing. This is in my district, and this is an item that came before us a couple of years ago, and I know that the plans have changed significantly, but...
Councilor Jimenez, I have a motion. Do you mind waiting for your remarks? Let me just get a second.
Did you make the motion?
I thought you made the motion?
No, I did make the motion actually to open up the hearing, yes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second, and can I please have roll call?
Councilmember Torres?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I'll abstain. And so does that open the public hearing?
If there's 3 votes to conduct the public hearing tonight, then that's what will take place. I would, again, ask the council to consider its position on this, but again, the council gets to make those determinations.
And if I may, I would just note that because Mr. Molnari has health challenges, he won't have the opportunity to respond to any of the comments made this evening at the public hearing. Let that be noted in the record, please.
Yeah, so I believe with the vote with 2 ayes, 1 nay, and an abstention, that the motion passes to open the public hearing, correct?
Well, the abstention is non-participation, so there's...
So it's 2-1.
So it's two votes in favor of opening the public hearing, 2 votes against. Did you vote?
I abstain.
Oh, you abstained, okay. It's 2-1-1. And the abstention will go towards the majority of, and that would be to open the public hearing and conduct the public hearing tonight. So a 2-1-1 vote under these circumstances, because any member of the city council has an ability to vote no. An abstention is, in essence, agreeing or consensually agreeing to the position of the majority.
Understood. Okay. And so that moves us. Okay.
Yeah. At this time, then just for the record, the request to continue the matter has been denied. It comes back to the city council for conducting the public hearing on the appeal for tonight.
Okay. So moving forward with this item, I will go ahead and open public hearing at 9:04. And at this time, anyone wishing to speak about the item may address the council. Do we have well, those that came forward with public comments?
Yes, Mayor, we do have some speaker cards for this agenda item.
Do we have staff presentation? Any presentation from staff? Everything that's in their staff report is part of the record. Okay. And then the way we would conduct this, Madam Mayor, is first, the applicant, party that's appealed this matter, has the opportunity to address the city council first. Anyone after the applicant's presentation, anyone who is in support of the applicant's presentation would then be able to address the city council. After they have concluded their comments, then anyone in the audience who wishes to address the council in opposition to the appeal and the request would have that opportunity. Then after those individuals have spoken, the applicant's representative would have an opportunity to come back to the microphone and provide a brief rebuttal. So with that, we call forward again the applicant's attorney.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We'll just reiterate a couple of the points that we noted in our appeal letter for the record this evening. As detailed in our appeal letter, we believe that based on the conduct of the Planning Commission, the applicant was denied a fair hearing when it didn't afford the applicant an opportunity to rebut external evidence which the Commission relied upon in reaching its decision. This external evidence was relied upon was submitted outside of the hearing without providing the parties hearing notice of or opportunity to rebut said evidence. In reaching its decision to deny the project, the Commission relied on a petition that was submitted by a member of the public at 4 p.m. on the same day of the commission's meeting. Given that the petition was submitted mere hours before the meeting, neither commission nor staff verified that the signatures appearing on the petition were valid. Nevertheless, commissioners referred to the petition at several moments in their findings as evidence of the community's alleged opposition to the project. Although the petition thus represented bedrock evidence upon which the commission relied to deny the project application, the commission never provided applicant the opportunity to rebut the petition. And I do want to note at this time that once again, Mr. Molinari could not be present this evening on account of health circumstances, so I'm afraid this represents a certain pattern of behavior on the part of the city, not allowing Mr. Molinari proper opportunity to rebut evidence that may be presented against the project. We'll be available to speak on his behalf tonight as the hearing continues.
Okay, at this time, anyone wishing to speak about the item may address the council. Mr. City Clerk?
Mayor, I do like to note that some speaker cards did not note whether they were opposed or in support of the.
Let's do it this way, if I may, Madam Mayor. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address the city council on this item in support of the appeal and support of the project? If there's anyone in the audience, whether you filled out a card or not, it would be appropriate at this time for you to step forward. Okay, there's one hand being raised, so please step forward and state your name and provide your testimony on this item.
I believe we need to conduct a public hearing to consider the matter. I don't remember reading anything or being advised about a public hearing considering this matter. So I think that it needs to be, you need to have a public hearing and get the input from residents of the area and residents of the city. Why do we want to stop this person from building in his property? I mean, is there a specific answer to this? Is it payback time? Or is it is there a real good reason for it? That's what I would like to have answers to. So I think that you should consider having another public hearing if you had one, because we weren't aware of it. I attend the meetings here all the time, and I was never aware about a public hearing to consider all these matters. So I would like to say why I would like to know why adopted a resolution overturning the planning commissioner decision to deny. Why are you denying what this man wants to do and his property? Does anybody have answers to that, or do I have to attend a planning commissioner meeting to find out?
Ma'am, this is your opportunity to make your statement. Informed questions will not be addressed because it won't happen until the public hearing is closed.
I'm sorry?
I'll try and say that again. Thank you for your testimony. You've asked a question, but that is not appropriate at this point in time because it has not come back up to the council level. Once it does come to the council level, then they can address your question or address any other questions from other members of the audience. So is there any other testimony you wish to provide?
After this discussion, then I can ask my question?
Well, your question won't, I would strongly urge the council not to address your questions because the public hearing has not been closed. It would be like having a judge make a ruling or address a question before all evidence or all testimony is in. There's a very formal process for this type of hearing.
And where can I get information in the formal
Madam Mayor,
process?
do you have any other statements you'd like to make to the city council?
Pardon me? Who's asking me something?
I am city attorney, and I'm asking you, do you have any other statements or testimony?
No, I just wanted to
Thank you.
hear what's going on
Yes.
with this property.
Thank you.
He owns a property, let him do what he wants to do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to address this matter in support of the application? The record should reflect that no one is stepping forward. Then we can go to the speaker cards first and ask the city clerk to call the names of the speakers. And I should note that each speaker will have only 3 minutes, so I hope we're timing them.
Yes. And to the council, we do like to note, although it's not appearing on the screen, we are tracking the time on our computers. The first speaker is Tom Utch, followed by Giovanni Sergi.
Good evening. First, let me mention this. I, with other colleagues, attended all the planning commission, and one of the major requests from one of the members was that the applicants and the owners conducted an outreach session. It never took place. The attorney, would you?
Sir,
I'm sorry.
So you have to address the city council.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So the fact is that they fail to conduct an outreach, even though the planning commission made them do so. Okay, that's the first part. The second part is this, is that I'm reading one of the pages of the planning commission. The applicant requested for the city to deviate from the development standard. Let me go point by point here. The lot size, the standard is 5,000 square feet, and the request was 2.20 square feet, meaning less than half of that. The lot coverage, the maximum supposed to be 40%. The request was made almost up to 48%. The front setback, the standard is 20 feet. The request was 4.5 feet. Okay. I could go on with the rear setback 10 feet and the side setback 5 feet and all that. Okay, now, pursuant to the section 17.72060 of the city, no variance should be granted to, well, the applicant should be approved if all the standards are met. This is my, okay. If this project were to go forward, the project itself will leave the residents of the area with a lot of problems. Throughout the, I'm sorry, may I make one last comment then? Analogically, the city should not cut its head to fit the hat. Thank you.
Next speaker is Giovanni Sergi, followed by Delia Sandoval.
Good evening. My name is Giovanni Sergi. I live at 844 South 3rd Street. And the reason I'm here is because obviously I'm 2 doors down from Mr. Molinari. My issue with the property being built is obviously we're very dense already in South Montebello. And the other issue is obviously with the parking that we have. I challenge any one of you in any given night to drive in any one of those streets near that property, and you can already see where people park, how dense is the parking around that area, and obviously it's an issue that I'm very concerned about, and the entrance will be obviously on 3rd Street, which will impact a lot of the communities and specifically the residents on 3rd Street. So at this point, obviously, let you guys know that we've been fighting for this. Thank you for the city council folks that have supported us in this matter, and we'll continue to fight. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Delia Sandoval, followed by Maximiliano Carranza.
Good evening again. And I am here tonight to talk to you about the Molinari project and to let you know that I am definitely against that for many reasons. But one of them that affects, I think, most of us who live in South Montebello is the parking issue. In certain areas of South Montebello, you could go either, I believe it's Greenwood and Montebello and Spruce and so many other streets. There's absolutely no parking. Another reason is water. My husband and I pay an awful lot of amount of money per month for water. So does that mean that there's a lack of water in the community, or why am I paying so much? So now they're bringing in more projects, more houses, and pretty soon I wonder if somebody's going to say there's no more water. Please consider that and the parking issue. And I think we're just trying to not trying, but the city of Montebello is supposed to be a beautiful city. We used to be. But now every time we turn around, there's more houses going up here and there, less open space, and our children, our teenagers, what about them? Don't we deserve to have parking, beautiful spaces for them, parks, recreation facilities? Let's think about that because they are our future and we are here for them. So water, parking, open space, and sincerely, please think about this because I think that it's bad for the community. Also, those people that live on Bluff Road, they have large properties. So one of these days, if this goes through, somebody could come up and say, okay, I want to build so many houses in my yard because it's almost like this Molinari between him and my neighbor. We could probably come up with, I don't know, so many condominiums there. We're going to destroy our city. So please consider. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Maximiliano Carranza, followed by Manuel Lozano.
Good evening. My name is Maximiliano Carranza. I live on Bluff. I live right next to the condos, rear wall condos, and Mr. Molinari's properties directly behind my house. I know he's a former councilman, and he's been known to refuse new developments because of overcrowding and obviously too much parking. But one of the reasons I think he was denied was because he requests to build 15 properties and a park on it. He is expecting special treatment. He wants to whatever the standard size is, which a previous commentator mentioned was like 5,000 feet. He wants that cut in half. So he's doubling the space. Now, here comes the issue of overcrowding. I live right behind him. I'm affected directly. You know, this is what concerns me, how much of this imposing is going to happen. All those other people that live right next to me are affected by it. The people that live in the condos next to me are affected by this overcrowding. We mentioned parking. And we've also mentioned the wildlife that lives around the area. All these people are being affected, yet they want us to accept it. Not only is he requesting special treatment by having everything be passed in half, where he can build twice as much, he wants a special treatment, but he also demands that you just sign off on it. You know, then his counsel comes over and says, we were denied due process because one of our neighbors decided to walk around and do community outreach and reach over 500 signatures, when they only did like 10. I mean, somebody put some footwork and somebody didn't. So, I don't know, should we give him special treatment? That's what he's demanding. Is this something that should happen just because he's a former councilman? Do we owe him anything? I don't owe him anything. He doesn't owe me anything. So I just don't want to be imposed on. I don't want my neighbors to be imposed on. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Manuel Lozano, followed by Sarah Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Manuel Lozano, and I live down the street from Mr. Molinari's house. My neighbors here, they've said it all. They have a lot of concerns. We have a lot of concerns. I'm here to support them. They've already said what needs to be said, and I'm just here to back my neighbors up. Hope everything works out for the neighborhood. Mr. Molinari, I'm sorry, but I oppose his construction project that he has in mind. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sarah Gonzalez, followed by Edmund Robert Velos.
Good evening, Councilman and Madam Mayor. I just want to be quick with this. I'm not used to doing this, but I do live around Mr. Molinari. I live on 4th Street, but literally right around the corner. I've been a Montebello resident for over 35 years. So I'm on a Montebello way in, or whatever you want to call it. But anyway, my first comment is the fact that how I asked myself, how will it affect the value of my home if these housing projects that Mr. Molinari wants to build, I believe that they are going to be considered low-income housing projects, and I don't know how that would affect the value of my property as well as my neighbors. Also, I also want to, number two, I want to also say that the community and the neighborhood that we reside in around Mr. Molinari's property is a peaceful neighborhood. You see many neighbors walking their dogs, or people riding their bikes, children playing on their front lawns. If you were to take a drive down there, you would see that. It concerns me if they build these lower income projects. We already have a problem with the riverbed, with the homeless people situation, and I don't even want to get into that. But I'm thinking if there's going to be a park there, we already have that problem at Reggie Rodriguez Park on occasion. So are we going to have that problem again with this other park? And I live closer to Mr. Molinari with homeless people, camping out there on the park or anywhere. And as I reiterate, the traffic problem. If those homes are built or those projects are built, let's say, for example, there's 2-car garage. People don't just move in with one child. Usually you have 2 or 3. We're all Latinos, so I don't know about you guys, but I have more than 3. Those kids are gonna grow up. If they're only allowed 2 cars, those 2, 3, 4 kids are all gonna want their own car. Where are they gonna park? All around the street, 3rd Street, 4th Street. Okay, and so that concerns me as well. Not to mention the fact, I'm gonna give you an example. On Bluff Road, a lot of people that drive on Bluff Road, sometimes they take 4th Street, that's the street that I live on, for a shortcut to get from Washington to whatever street they gotta get to. And they're driving by fast because they're on their way to get home or from work. Maybe about 2 months ago, 2 little boys were literally walking across the street, and a car was driving by, and that car was going up and down all darn day, fast, like Fast and Furious. Well, unfortunately, he hit that little boy, and he had head trauma. I don't know what hospital he went to. I hope he went to the Presbyterian, but I don't even know if he survived it or not. Just consider, please, council members, to continue I ask that you guys keep your decision to deny the planning and
Thank
by the
you
planning
very
commission.
much for your
Thank you
comment.
very
Thank
much.
you.
I appreciate you guys.
Next speaker is Edmund Robert Veloz, followed by George Martinez.
First of all, are we having a public hearing here? We have this public hearing, okay. I'm opposed to this project. All those who are opposed, please stand up, please. All of you who are opposed to this project, please stand up. We've been working at this for some time now. Now, first of all, at one of the planning commission meeting, Bill Molinari said he lived there. He was lying about that. He hasn't lived there for a couple of years. He's there maybe once a month. He has separated himself from us. He used to be the head of this SMART group, which was supposed to be a community organization to help all of us, be together, take care of each other. Well, now he doesn't do that. He has contempt for us. Now, if you want to see how it is, go to his driveway. On either side of his driveway, about 20 feet of it is painted red. You can go a mile around any direction. There's not a single driveway that's like that. He doesn't want people parking next to his driveway, but it's all right for everyone else. That's special treatment that he gets. Now, on July the 16th, the Planning Commission denied his project. Now, prior to that, I had submitted petitions that contained 526 names. Now they're saying they're unverified. Well, how do you verify them? I collected them. I know how that the people signed them. If it's for you to verify, you go verify them. And it's an easy thing to do. Just take the petitions, go over to each door, each address there, and talk to each person, ask them if they signed it. That's how you verify it. Easy, easy. Don't tell me it's unverified. You can do that. Now, the residents are overwhelmingly against this thing. The housing is substandard. It doesn't even come up to Montebello's own standard of low-income housing. You can see that at 500, the 500 block of Jackmar Drive. These houses he's proposing, these are high-priced ghetto housing. This is ghetto housing, but at skyrocket prices. So we're now being strong-armed by Molinari to try and force this to happen, force us to have to take this into our neighborhood. And he's created such strong, such hard feelings against us. I mean, the people are very, very angry about this. He doesn't care. He used to be a mayor here. He used to be a city council member. He was supposed to care. Well, now we see the real Bill Molinari. Thank you. You know I'm opposed to this. Vote against this thing. Vote it down.
Next speaker is George Martinez, followed by Joel Barra.
Good evening. My name's Jorge Martinez. I live at 808 South Montebello Boulevard in District 5. And they made a decision a few weeks ago, the Planning Commission I'm talking about. I think they made the right decision. They denied it. I think you should back up your Planning Commission because they're supposed to be the experts in these matters. So let's back them up. I'm against it. My neighbors are against it because of all the things that the people have said up here and at other meetings. The parking, the overcrowding, the excess dog walkers. There isn't what's it called? Facilities for the dog walkers to walk their dogs and park, and there aren't any parks. When they closed down Greenwood School, that went away. Now there is no place for people to walk their dogs and do their business. I'm opposed to this project. I hope you guys are too. Thank you.
Next speaker is Joel Parra, followed by Dionisia Hurtado.
Good afternoon. Agenda 13. We are hearing up we are again in hearing. We denied in July 16. So in this appeal hearing, what he wants, we denied already multiple times. We paid property tax in this. In this year, they go up again. We are not freeloader in this United States. We're not low income. I work hard overtime, 16 hours in LA County. And then everything is expensive. What he wants, a lot of traffic in and out the Guido there. There's a scooter bike running around there. They're gonna run over the car and then they're gonna blame, oh, that's his fault. And then where is the gate? The gate is in front of his house. His house is the paint red. Nobody can park in front of his house because the paint red. Everybody parking in front of my house. That's not fair, right? You should understand that. We have two boys almost driving now. He has a car, where are you gonna park? In my driveway, I have two car parking. And they're gonna park in front of the street, but if they have 3 or 4 bedroom in that house, they're gonna park in everywhere street. It's a ghetto house. It's not fair. It's not fair at all, okay? Because we pay tax. We are not freeloader. I'm not homeless. I'm not like, what is that called? Low income. We pay property tax. Thank you. That's all I can say, you guys.
Next speaker is Dionisia Hurtado, followed by Brisa Sotelo.
I would just kindly like to ask the audience to please limit the clapping. It is a public hearing, and it is hard to hear the next speaker to prepare for them to come up. Thank you.
Do we have Dionisia Hurtado?
Yeah, I'm the one.
Oh, she just came up. Okay, so then our next speaker would be Brisa Sotelo.
For the record, before my time starts, I think you called somebody else before you called Donicia. She probably came up. Can you double check your record?
Yeah, we had called Joel Parra. Is Joel Parra in the audience? No. Okay. You may proceed.
Great. My name is Brisa Sotelo Vargas. I think you've heard I live in South Montebello, 5th District, and I'm here to support my neighbors in addition to say no to the project for the 4th, 5th, I don't know how many times, I've lost count already. We started this process back in 2021, if you all remember. If you weren't here, I'll give you a quick recollection. Back then, we knocked door to door, talked to our neighbors. Some of the council members here also knocked door to door, went to their neighbors, and asked for this project to pass. Back then, it was a 33 townhome project, which was denied. And it came back with the developer. The developer walked away because didn't find the support. Then it went to the planning commission. Again, planning heard it over and over. And I remember that this has dragged on and on. In fact, there were times when we were told that we couldn't even speak, or that if we didn't have any new comments, that we could not provide comment for the hearing. So again, I'm here to tell you that this has been dragging on. It's like trying to stick spaghetti on the wall, trying to find the right thing. But the right thing is to actually talk to the neighbors. And that is something that this owner has failed to do. So let me just help you understand who this owner is. In 2018, in an interview, he talked about approving the appearance of the city, take pride in the city, and taking pride in the city is by setting an example. He has failed to do that. He talked about taking pride in his front yard. He's locked his front yard from his neighbors. Further on, he talks about building consensus. It's important, but more important than that is to have the ability to respect individuals, to have consensus. And he says, when I've talked to other members of the council, I don't get a response. Instead, I get a personal attack. Well, that's what he's done to our neighbors. Literally here in the Planning Commission, he has attacked the neighbors. He has gone against his own words. Further, he has said that he thinks things could be great, and the way to do that is to find consensus building, but that sometimes we think things are so great and they end up not working out. Those are his own words. He's recorded, go onto YouTube, 2018 at the forum that you guys were all at, most of you here, with the exception of Georgina. Go back and look at what he recorded, what he said, what his answers were, and I'll tell you that he has gone against that. Why? Because he has set gates on his property for years. For years, locking out this community, locking out the neighbors. But instead, he was here telling you that he needs 60 days to recover from his health. It's a lie. He's trying to delay. Don't let him lie to you like he's lied to us.
Mayor, that does conclude all speaker cards that we received for this item.
And then, okay, those are all the cards that have been turned in. Is there anyone else in the audience that has not turned in a card that wishes to address the city council at this time in opposition to the proposal and the appeal? So please step forward, sir, and state your name for the record and provide your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Pablo Riveros. I live on Bluff Road, and Molinari's property is right behind, actually, my backyard. So basically, this is, and my neighbors, they all said everything what I wanted to say. But I believe this is an R1 zoning, right? I believe that he's only allowed to have 2 properties on there. So the thing is, he said, you know, they wanted to delay it. His representation is here. Molinari's here. If you have attorneys, he represents you. So they can speak on his behalf. So obviously, this guy's trying to delay it and drag, and we've been here numerous times. So the whole thing is that the law, the city codes, obviously the planning commission has seen this, the impact. I don't know if you guys have done an impact, but all of those factors into why they don't want to pass it. So to accept his appeal would be a break in the law or the city codes and the ordinance, right? That's all I really got to say. Thank you.
Oh, another speaker? Okay.
Good evening, councilmen. My name is Ramiro Sandoval. I live in Bluff Road. And what I want to say is that do the right thing. It's a hard job for you guys to do it. But don't let anybody fool you. Do the best for the city and not bad for the city. This used to be a beautiful city, and build it up for the next generations that we're going to be gone in 100 years. But there is another generation, and do what is right. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do a bad thing to for the generations to come. Hopefully, you understand. I'm getting old, so I don't speak very well. Okay, thank you.
We have another speaker.
Good evening, Council. I live in District 5. I know most of you don't roam around down there. We need to keep our multi-units in a limited area. Greenwood. We could build multi-units there. I know we have a housing problem. By allowing these properties to become multi-units, it's going to distort single-family homes to multi-unit homes. It's best we keep it single-family. Mr. Molinari, I know you're watching. Over 32 years, you made a lot of money off the city. I can wire you $1.1 million tomorrow. I'll look at the camera. 1.1 million, I'll give you for your property tomorrow. I wanted to use it for Washington, but that's a different problem. But anyways, please don't let these multi-units be mixed in with other units. Let's keep it all on Greenwood. Keep my multi-units on Greenwood, and that's another story for another day that we could talk about. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for those who have participated. I will go ahead at this time, close the public hearing.
No, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. No, the applicant's representative would have an opportunity to provide rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Public comment tonight raised a number of issues which I'll endeavor to respond to in turn. I would like to begin, however, by reiterating that Mr. Molinari, as the project applicant, requested the continuance for the express purpose of having the opportunity to respond to public comments such as what you heard this evening. And I'm afraid he won't have that opportunity given his health issues tonight. As I understood it, the issues in summary that were raised tonight included public outreach, density, parking, special treatment. And I'll respond to each in turn to the best I can. I'll begin with public outreach. Although the current project was submitted on January 22nd, 2024, multiple project proposals for the same property preceded it, the community and city feedback to which have informed the current project. Beginning on September 21st, 2020, the prior applicant submitted a title application for a residential project at the property consisting of 31 three-story condo units. The first project went before the commission on December 1st, 2020, and then to the city council on February 24th, 2021. Both of those hearings were properly noticed for community participation, and at the May 12, 2021 City Council meeting, City Council denied the first project. In January 2022, representatives of owners commenced the process of engaging a new applicant for the development of 25 two-story condo units. That's the second project. The reduced density of the second project was developed in direct response to feedback received from the city and from the community addressing the first project. Representative owners engaged a radius maps and list consultant to assist with identifying property owners within a 300-foot radius to notify them of this second project and solicit feedback. One voluntary community meeting was held to collect additional feedback from the community on that second project. Despite the extensive community outreach effort and efforts to incorporate community feedback on the first project with respect to density, the developer opted not to proceed further with the second project. Now, after the significant time and expense incurred to advance the first and the second project, the current project was submitted in January 2024. The project contemplates a modest density of 15 single-family homes, representing a steep reduction from the 31 three-story condo units of the first project and the 25 two-story condo units of the second project. In its own right, furthermore, the current project not only complied with all statutory notice requirements, but exceeded those requirements through a coordinated community outreach effort. As previously communicated to staff and the commission, the applicant engaged a community outreach consultant that traveled door to door to 116 homes within the property's 300-foot radius and to additional homes beyond that radius to solicit feedback on the project. Brochures detailing project information were left at each of said homes, whether or not residents were present to answer. When combined with the first and second projects, the current project is thus the culmination of more than 4 years of robust engagement with the city, neighbors, and the Montebello community to develop a project that advances the owner's reasonable property interests while incorporating community preferences as to both design and density. In light of the tremendous time and expense undertaken to submit the current project, further modifications or alternatives to the project would be infeasible and unreasonable at this time. That is to community outreach. As to density, I will only note one brief point that I thank staff for their previous staff reports in noting, and that is, as you know, the general plan was recently modified that contemplated density for this particular area. And it's well documented at this point in the record that this current project is well below the contemplated density in this new general plan. Parking, and I wish to turn the page if you'll permit me a moment. On the parking issue, the applicant previously during the several commission meetings that were held prior to this one, submitted to staff and to the Planning Commission several HOA provisions that they were proposing to mitigate and to understand and to address the issues that were raised as it concerns parking and traffic. And I would like to just read a couple of these to express the level of stringent restrictions that these HOA provisions would institute as a way of addressing the concerns as to parking. HOA shall collaborate with the City of Montebello for successful enforcement of parking policies on private and public roads. Such collaboration shall include working with the City of Montebello on assigning parking permits for only HOA parking within the HOA tracts and no HOA parking outside of those HOA tracts. HOA shall regulate parking on private streets through HOA declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions. These CC&Rs shall include requirements that 1, garages be maintained for vehicle parking and trash can storage. Overnight park owner parking be only in garage parking spaces. Guest parking be limited to approved street parking within the HOA tracts. Overnight and guest parking may not be on public streets outside the HOA tracts, and parking within HOA tracts will be by permit only. Additionally, HOA shall post signage and comply with the Davis-Sterling towing sign requirements and as provided for in Vehicle Code 2265A A1, the HOA shall tow vehicles without first issuing parking violations having adequately posted signs related to parking restrictions. And finally, HOA may grant limited exceptions and waivers for parking within the HOA tracts. And I state these as a way of communicating to the City Council for your consideration that applicant is well aware and has heard the concerns regarding parking and has put a good faith effort to respond by instituting and suggesting what otherwise amount to, by any measure, fairly draconian HOA parking restrictions to address those concerns. A member of the public also noted, I believe, noted about special treatment. And if you'll permit me, I also need to turn the page once more. My apologies. Okay, I'm not finding the page, but I'll do it by memory. I only wish to note on the allegation of special treatment, it is the applicant's desire, in fact, to have merely the same treatment that has been granted to nearby projects. And again, I'll point to the record of the staff report, as well as to prior submittals that the applicant has provided to the city that denote that many variances and similar entitlements in the immediate vicinity of this project that are not only analogous to, but in many cases more permissive of, than the variances and entitlements sought here have been granted by the city in several cases, including a 60-unit or some odd units project in its immediate vicinity. And so to the question of treatment The applicant merely requests to be subject to the same treatment that has been given to nearby directly analogous projects. I will only conclude tonight by reiterating what the applicant has stated on numerous occasions as the benefits that this project seeks to bring to the Montebello community, and indeed that staff has in prior reports tried to highlight. These benefits include greater housing choice, abundant open space, and a design that sensitively reflects the surrounding community. We respectfully ask the City Council to consider these issues as well. We thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, that is the final testimony that would come before the City Council. It would be appropriate now to close the public hearing and bring the matter up to the City Council level.
Okay, I will go ahead and close the public hearing at 9:52 p.m. I will go ahead and bring this now up to a council level. Going by order, we do have Councilmember Torres.
Thank you,
The floor is
Madam Mayor.
yours.
First, I'd like to ask the city attorney if he could further explain any repercussions of council commenting or voting on the current proposal.
If I could further explain, I'm sorry, Council Member.
The repercussions of council voting or commenting on the current proposal. At the beginning, before the public hearing was open, you suggested that we.
As I understand, and let me turn to Mr. Palumbi, tonight, there are two resolutions in the packet, but there's also the recommendation that whatever direction the council provides, that it's going to be directed back to staff to do a further resolution with the findings that are necessary to either support the denial of the appeal or support the overturning of the appeal. Is that correct, Joe?
That is correct. Staff would have to, depending on which direction City Council takes, we would have to go back and make the appropriate findings to support that resolution.
So tonight, Mayor and Council, you're not making a final decision. It would be providing city staff, city attorney's office to take that necessary step. We've done this before in other land use items where the council has a direction that they provide on whether or not you wish to uphold the appeal, uphold the decision of the Planning Commission, or overturn the decision of the Planning Commission and grant the appeal. So to address the question, Council Member, tonight's action is direction, but not a final action.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. And if I could ask the attorney for the applicant, I'm sorry, I missed your name at the beginning of your presentation, but there were some comments made by the public regarding the affordability of these homes. Are there any affordable housing covenants or anything similar attached to these?
No, Mr. Councilmember, these are market rate.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my only question for now. So I guess I'll make the comment that I've definitely heard the community loud and clear when it comes to this issue. When it's come to our desk previously, when we saw the increased densities, when we saw the smaller lot sizes, you know, I think we all made comments to the effect that, you know, we found that it was inconsistent with the community. We see the same thing in the proposal that we have before us this evening. And I just, you know, when it comes to a lot of our decisions, I like to try and play devil's advocate against my own decision-making just to say, like, do we have all of our bases covered? And one of the things that I would like to bring to the attention of the public, which you may or may not have considered, is that by standardizing the units on this property to the lot sizes of the community, that you open yourself up to a different kind of mechanism by which more housing could be built here that the council can't comment on. So I'm looking at page 15 of the agenda, page 15 of 1206, where it talks about the variances. And here we see that the lot sizes, the standard lot sizes in the area are 5,000 square feet. The request is to have lot sizes of 2,420 square feet to 3,428. So significantly smaller than what you see in the surrounding neighborhood. We see that the lot coverage is increased from 40%, which is the standard, to 41.68 to 47.82%. And we also see that setbacks are almost completely removed from 20 feet to 4.5 to 6.5 feet. Now, there are a lot of things about this project that I personally, like as a homeowner or someone that would be looking to purchase a home, would not find desirable. But I just want to bring this to the attention of the community that if these lot sizes were standardized to that 5,000 square foot standard, that these projects, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, would apply for the lot split that SB 9 allows. So SB 9 is something that was enacted in the last couple years that says basically any property over 4,000 square feet can be subdivided into 2 parcels, and furthermore, that on each of those parcels that you can build ADUs in addition to the primary unit. So if this property were standardized to 5,000 square feet like the surrounding communities, you would have a smaller density of homes, and I couldn't do the math on how many homes would fit on this and, take a study to say how big the streets are and whatnot. But consider that each of those properties could be subdivided into 2 and add an ADU, and that council, according to SB 9, does not have the ability to oppose such projects, that those projects are allowed by right. So where we may be dealing with 15 units right now that might be slightly more dense than the surrounding neighborhoods, that having less units at the standard that the community is now might actually allow for much greater density than what we see today. On top of that, because parking is a big issue, that parking requirements are completely removed from these kinds of projects. You're not required to have garage parking, you're not required to have driveway parking, that these people are allowed to park on the streets. So I just would like to be clear with the community, and we hear you loud and clear that this project is not desirable on its face, but I would like to also make the comment and warn that by having the potential to split these units into that 5,000 lot size, that you actually start creating 4 units per parcel as opposed to 1 unit per parcel. You might have lower density at the beginning, and it's not to say that it's inevitable that every single parcel is going to be putting 4 units on their property, but it does open up the opportunity to do so. With that, I will again just reiterate that I've heard the community loud and clear as you talk about this. You've done a lot of work in talking to each other and trying to see what you imagine as the future for your neighborhood. And I understand the views that you have on this project. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Torres. Mayor Pro Tem Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everyone who was here and spoke, whether you were in support or against the project. I think it was important for us to just hear some of the concerns, the issues. We've heard them. All of us have had conversations with you all, and I think there has been an issue of community outreach in this specific area. I think that there was some outreach, but I don't think it was sufficient to really get to know and try to come up with a solution, or to come together and see what can work in this area. So I see it as we did hear this project a few years back, not this project, something different, a different variation. There was some discussion. This is a different project, and there's still that conversation that I feel that needs to be had. My advice would be that that the applicant really does more extensive community outreach, targeted community outreach. If my colleagues decide to grant an extension, which truthfully I do believe that should be warranted here, just because of the health concerns of the applicant, I do think that the applicant should definitely use this time to really make a targeted effort to really discuss this project and see what can be something that everybody can come together and support, because I think that's part of how we all come together and build consensus and make decisions when it comes to the issues that get forward. So with that being said, I heard you all. I think we all know the concerns, the issues, but I do want to be fair. I do want to have the applicant be here and be able to also speak on this item. But I'm going to really advise the applicant to please use some targeted outreach efforts to make sure that we're really getting the answers or the feedback from the community that is in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have Councilor Jimenez.
I'd also like to consider that Mr. Molinari is ill. However, I feel that he's had more than enough opportunities, and I think this has been the issue over the past few years. The outreach has always been a problem, regardless of, the developer that was in place last time. Now, understanding that there is a housing shortage. The gentleman just let us know right now, these are market rate homes. I live 700 feet away from the entrance of Mr. Molinari's property. And when I run in the area, it does feel kind of weird that you see that gate. It's just a very exclusive area. It's hard to even imagine, for those of you who live next to him or down the street, once this project, if it were to be created, the amount of traffic. So understanding that there are projects similar, have already been built similar to what is being proposed here. In other sides of the south side of Montebello, they are not anywhere near close to being in a space where this property is, which is really a cul-de-sac. It is a beautiful space, just that area. It is very quiet. That part of Montebello is very quiet. Considering everything, again, whether it would be a 60-day or 30-day extension, I think that we've given Mr. Molinari enough opportunities, and whether it's 10 residents, 15, 20, 30, we've heard them loud and clear, and I don't understand why we're here again and again and again. And I want to respect also the time and effort that the Planning Commission put into just being very thorough before making the decision at their last meeting. So, again, I can't in good conscience be able to, I can't approve the appeal. I can't, I want to be able to uphold the decision of our planning commissioners because I really think they did their homework. And with that said, again, just out of respect for everyone who is here supporting and in opposition of this project, I would love to see, Mr. Molinari do something with this property at some point, and I do wish him well, and I hope that he recovers quickly. However, I can't, I want to ask to just uphold the decision of the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much, Councilor Jimenez. And just all around echoing very similar thoughts. We've heard you loud and clear in terms of this project and the different variations of this project coming forward in the past few years. This project, when I first came onto City Council, was one of the main, and I would say most controversial projects that came forward. At the time, it was really important for us to, in not being in districts, right, seeing how this really affected our community, affected the fabric of our neighborhoods. And so we really, some of us here on council really took it upon ourselves to go door to door, right? Go into the area, talk with our neighbors, and not so much us talking, because we do have to be very careful in terms of how we speak about potential projects, but it was more about listening to our neighbors, listening how a project at that time, right, could have impacted those that lived on the street in terms of privacy, congestion, and in general, just preserving the fabric of that area of Montebello. We heard you loud and clear. We really understood the concerns in terms of community outreach, and ultimately, that project at the time did not pass. here we are again, having to relook at this project in a different way and continue to just also respect the decision that, or respect the thoughts that our residents here in South Montebello have. We, I think, understand your vision in terms of preserving an area that I think for a long time has just been neglected. We've seen your work with the DePaul Center, and I personally just admire the dedication and just the time you guys have put in to really protect the fabric of South Montebello and some of these streets that I think could, you know, be transformed and changed through projects that have been coming forward. Just overall, do understand, do hear you guys out, and at the same time also understand the legal implications that our actions can have, and just going about this in a way that also protects the city is really important. So I call on my colleagues to consider that. And so at this time, if there are no other comments or questions, I will go ahead and take a motion.
And just to note, whatever the motion is, Madam Mayor, it is to refer back to staff for purposes of developing a resolution consistent with the direction of the city council.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to grant the applicant an extension to come back.
Okay, so if I may add to that motion, am I able to add to the motion without having to do a substitute motion? Is just really asking the applicant to, again, hear our community out. It's been a long time coming in terms of, I think, the concerns that have been raised and really taking that seriously. So if that can be added to the motion. If I can call for a second. I will go ahead and second. If I can call for a roll call.
Councilmember Torres?
There's a motion on the floor, but I do have a question, if the mayor would entertain it before taking the roll call vote.
Yes.
So with this request that the applicant conduct a more thorough community engagement process, which I believe would ultimately hope that this plan and these designs are changed to accommodate the requests of the community. This has to come back for decision. The appeal has to come back for this decision within the next period, right? The applicant's asking for another 60 days to appeal the decision of the city.
He's asking for no earlier than 60 days,
No earlier than 60 days.
no earlier, right? To the notice?
It's open. The municipal code does not put a time frame as to when the project needs to come back.
No, I hear you, but what specifically is in the abeyance request?
I think the applicant has requested
60 days?
If I remember, maybe you want to have the applicant address that.
I can clarify, yeah, the request for the abeyance is a floor of 60 days at the very least.
At the very least?
At the least.
Yeah, at the least.
Okay. So I guess with that clarification and with the hope that the applicant would conduct, Mr. City Attorney?
Well, Madam Mayor, members, I was conferring with the maker of the motion to develop what the intent is of the motion. And correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Melendez, but the intention is to take no specific action tonight, to continue this matter for how many, 60 days?
Can we do?
I'm asking the maker of the motion. So.
Yeah, so we'll do, pretty much to continue this item without any changes at the request of some of my colleagues. Can we do, instead of at least 60 days, can we do at least 45 days? Would that be? Yeah.
If whatever the floor, reducing the floor kind of gives the same effect. If he needs more than 60 days, he still has more than 60 days, right?
Again, I'm not making the motion. I'm merely trying to clarify for purposes of the city council.
Just trying to get everybody's input in this one.
Again, is what I'm understanding is The decision on this appeal is not being made tonight, one way or the other. It is being referred back to staff for further deliberation, review, consultation with the applicant, and to attempt to come back to the city council with with further information. Based upon that, then what I would suggest, Madam Mayor, if that is the wish of the council, is to reopen the public hearing solely for the purposes of continuing tonight's public hearing to a date out in the future within whatever time frame the council is comfortable.
If I could just add to that, a notice of public hearing will be reissued once that date is determined, so that way it's clear.
Right, but the only reason I suggest, well, we would then have a continued public hearing or reopening of the public hearing, so either way would be fine.
If I may, I believe the applicant, or are you asking for the extension to allow Mr. Molinari to be present? That was the purpose of that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. And as I said in my initial comments, understanding the council has a busy calendar, we're more than happy to work in coordination with staff to determine an appropriate date at your convenience and at council's discretion.
So, and Councilmember Melendez, does that properly frame the intent of your motion? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so does that then take us to open the public hearing again and continue with not do a motion instead?
Based on Mr. Palumbi's representation that further notice of the public hearing will be made, that tonight you would be continuing this public hearing to a 45-day window to bring that matter back to the city council with staff and the applicant to have further discussion, to hear the concerns of the community, to try and accommodate those concerns, and then that matter will be brought back to the city council for further public hearing at a date in the future.
And that's 45 days as a floor, not as a maximum?
Just changing from the 60 to at least 60 to at least 45. Sure. And then work with our staff to make sure that it's ready to be presented, whenever it's ready to be presented.
So that's the motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, can I please have roll call and this would allow us to continue this public hearing. Okay.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez? Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye. That takes us to, give me 1 second. Regular business? Yeah, we can get Councilmember Tamayo back on the floor. I know. Takes us to regular business, item number 14, adopt plan specifications and engineer's estimate for the senior center renovation project and authorization to proceed with the bid advertisement.
Sir.
And the record should reflect that Councilmember Tamayo is back in the council chambers we can proceed, and you've announced the next item. So you've announced it, right, Mayor? Okay. It's item 14.
Yeah, presentation by Director Sosnowski.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, members of the public. Just a brief staff recommendation here and note on items from the staff report. This item is another long time coming item. I do want to thank real quick our Director of Public Works, Cesar Roldan, for his work on this and pushing this forward to get to this point and get these plans and specs before council, as well as the Planning Community Development Director, Joe Palumbi, and his staff for helping guide the CDBG process. So you'll see just a real quick notice here. This will be done entirely with non-general fund dollars if approved by council and if the bids come back appropriately. So utilizing both CDBG funds in the amount of $342,000 and $342,500 and some of the city's Measure A annual allocation money, which are funds that the city gets annually from the LA County Regional Parks District under the Measure A that was passed years ago. Total project about $691,643 based on the estimate and the funding that's available. Just real quick about this project, if approved going forward to bid, the senior center located at 115 South Taylor Avenue. This will be to renovate the downstairs area of the facility, which is the oldest area of the facility, probably the most not up to date and most out of code at this point, and making it more inhabitable and usable space for both the city programs, lunch program, as well as user groups. And specifically, besides looking at the basic amenities and aesthetics, lighting, flooring, storage, and restrooms, and getting those up to ADA code as well as more usefulness, adding a new fitness area for the seniors, a fitness area, and a computer lab so that it could be used for the city for classes and senior activities as well. So that's a general overview of what that project would accomplish. Again, using non-general fund dollars and getting this item out to bid with council's approval. So if there's any questions, myself or Director Roldan can probably answer those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Sosnowski, Councilmember Torres, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
No questions?
Councilmember Jimenez?
No questions.
Councilmember Tamayo?
No questions.
Okay, myself, no questions, just very excited for this project. Oh,
Sorry, I did have one other note to note, again, working with the Community Development Department. All of these agreements are set in what we call substantial form. So working with City Attorney's Office, they'll be adding some language to the agreement and the bid package to reflect CDBG requirements. So just to make that note there, so the final release will have that updated language.
okay, great, thank you for that notice, and just thank you so much for your work on this item, Director Sosnowski. I definitely know and feel how much you care about our facilities and in general, just the well-being of our community. This is going to be a really great renovation that will really help uplift the well-being of our seniors and the different accessibility and activities that they will be able to have through the city. So overall, just very thankful for your guys' work on that. If I can go ahead and have a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, a motion by our Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Jimenez. Can I please get a roll call?
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye. That takes us now to our consent calendar. Mr. City Attorney, can you please poll council to see if there are any items that they wish to discuss?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We have items 15 through 27. And at this time, it'd be appropriate for the council to consider a motion on those items. Do we have any speaker cards on any of those items?
Yes, we do like to note that we have one speaker card for agenda item number 16, one speaker card for agenda item number 19, and one speaker card for agenda item number 20.
16, 19, and 20?
That's correct.
Okay, and with that, I will then poll the council for the other items that are on the agenda, starting with Councilmember Torres.
Item 24.
20?
24.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Melendez,
No items.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No items.
Councilmember Tamayo,
No items.
and Mayor Peralta.
No items.
So at this time, it would be approval of the balance of the consent agenda, which would include items 15, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, and 27.
Can I get a motion to approve the items that were stated into the record?
Motion.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Torres. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tamayo. Can I please get roll call, Mr. City Clerk?
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye. That takes us to item number 24, receive and file the fiscal year 2023 2022-23 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Councilmember Torres?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, we do have a speaker card at item 16.
16.
Oh, apologies, okay. Well,
We have 16.
16, 19, and 20 for speaker cards.
okay, thank you for that. Item number 16, award construction contract for Highway Safety Improvement Program, Cycle 7, various intersection and improvements capital project, 851, federal project number, oh, that's a long number, 12, Faro Communications Construction, and reject all other bids.
Thank you. We have Speaker Linda Nicholas.
Again, Linda Nicholas, address on file. My concern with this is the wording at the very end. It says award a construction contract, what you just said. At the very end, it says, and reject all other bids. No reason given. And then item number 5 says authorize city manager to execute the agreement and any subsequent changes, orders, and take such additional related action that may be desirable. Not needed, desirable. That's questionable. What I'm going to do is I will fax this to the auditor's office tomorrow morning and let them ask you the pertinent question as to why the bids were rejected. You know, we're on the naughty list again, Mr. Torres. We're a high-risk city again, thanks to this council. We were off of it, but guess what? Montebello is now in a high-risk city. So I will send this to the auditor's office and let them ask you why the bids were rejected, because that's against the law.
Thank you, Ms. Nicholas. So that concludes public comments on this item. I will go ahead and go down the row. If there are any questions or comments, Councilmember Torres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to make the simple comment that contrary to the public commenter's statement that we were taken off the high-risk program list, that's never happened. We're still on that list, and until such time as we're advised by the state of California that we're no longer on that list, we will continue to be on that list. It's a pretty natural part of the process. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
No comments?
Councilor Jimenez? Okay, Councilor Tamayo?
No comment.
Okay, I have no comments either. If I can please call for a motion to approve item number 16.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Councilor Torres. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Tamayo. Can I please get roll call?
Councilmember Torres.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo.
Aye.
Mayor Peralta.
And I vote aye. And that takes us to item 19? Or was it 17?
Yes, 19.
19. Okay.
Is that also a speaker card?
Speaker card.
We
Yes,
do have a
Linda
speaker
Nicholas.
card. Okay, we'll go ahead and call for public comments.
I'm glad to hear that you're putting the dog park up for bid again. Maybe you should call up Beverly Hills because they only charge $270,000 for their dog park, not $650,000, like what their condo that was purchased for you cost. So $650 is too much for a dog park, and I'm glad you're rejecting it and having it put out to bid. Anything over $200,000 is way too much for a dog park.
Thank you very much for your public comments. I will go ahead and look down just to make this quicker because I do know that it's a long night. If any of my colleagues have any comments, okay, I will go ahead and call for a motion to approve the item.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Melendez. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Jimenez. Can I get roll call?
Councilmember Torres.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo.
Aye.
Mayor Peralta.
And I vote aye, and that takes us now to item 24, which is receive and file the fiscal year.
Sorry, Mayor, we have one more, number 20.
Sorry about
We have a speaker card.
Oh, for 20?
Yes.
Okay, item number 20, can we please have the speaker?
Yes, we have Denise Hakopian. Agenda item number 20.
I'm calling representing property 269 East Beverly Boulevard, which is a liquor store, and it abuts where the new digital sign for Grant Ray Park is going in. It's going out to bid, but I haven't seen any plans yet. and the electrical has to be trenched through that property. So I would like to have access to the plans, and that's it. Pretty simple. I don't know how it can go out to bid without plans yet.
Does that conclude your public comment?
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and bring this now up to a council level. I'll go ahead and look down the aisle, if there is a response. Excuse me, sorry.
We'll contact her, make sure that we're coordinating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Denise, the city staff will be in contact with you. Okay, can I please get a motion to approve item number 20?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Melendez. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Jimenez. Can I please get roll call?
Councilor Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilor Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye. This now leads us to item, finally, 24.
24.
24. Councilor Torres, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
So this item was continued at my request because of what I think is a deficiency worthy of further review. On October 26, 2023, I gave a presentation to a member of the PUN group regarding potential fraud, abuse, and noncompliance in the contracting and procurement of certain equipment and services. For the sake of potential investigations and to avoid disparaging anyone involved before receiving more information, I won't say specifically which instance, but my presentation included source documents and statements received firsthand from former employees involved in the matter. Despite extensive comment and evidence, I have not seen a response to the assertions, and I believe that's significant. This report, in part, relies on standards put forward. This report relies on standards put forward by the Comptroller of the United States. I'll state for the record what I believe to be the relevant standards that warrant some level of response. These sections are pulled from the 2024 revision of the government auditing standards published by the Comptroller of the United States. In section 645, it reads, auditors should communicate in writing to audited entity officials when identified or suspected noncompliance with provisions of laws, regulations, contracts, or grant agreements come to the auditor's attention during the course of an audit that has an effect on the financial statements or other financial data significant to the audit objectives that is less than material but warrants the attention of those charged with governance. Section 6.50 reads, when the auditors identify or suspect noncompliance with provisions of laws, regulations, contracts, or grant agreements, or instances of fraud, auditors may consult with authorities or legal counsel about whether publicly reporting such information will compromise investigative or legal proceedings. Auditors may limit their public reporting to matters that would not compromise those proceedings and, for example, report only on information that is already part of the public record. Since the presentation I made to the PUN group relates to potential litigation or legal action, for the purposes of approving the report tonight, I will consider this part of the ACFR as a public presentation. I would ask that my colleagues leave the door open to explore the potential fraud, abuse, or noncompliance, and direct staff to bring back, in closed session, the auditor's response to the presentation. At the conclusion of any other council comments or questions on this statement or on the motion in general, I would like to make a motion to such effect.
May I ask for clarification on a couple points? You're asking for it to be approved as a presentation. This is an official document of the city that we have to record.
Not as a presentation. I'm saying that my presentation made to the PUN group relates to potential litigation or legal action, and for the purpose of approving this report tonight, I will consider this report as part of the public information, the confidential information which would pertain to potential legal action or lawsuits. I would like to leave the door open for discussion to receive that information back from the auditor, if there is any.
I would make the case that any findings for this fiscal year as part of this audit are stated as fact here. The process that works is basically this is, and I think what you're referring and everything that you're citing is the fact that auditors have findings, they request information, we clarify those findings, right? It's not a back and forth conversation in terms of we dictate what the kind of information is, right? So they've literally gone through every single thing in our city. This is what they have identified. They go through the process. We answer their questions. So these are, in essence, a final document. So I want to manage expectations. If the expectation is that we're going to be able to come back in closed session and provide a different response than what's already written in there. We won't do that because this is the final document.
That's why I say, for the purposes of the ACFR as it's presented, considering that this is public information, again, Section 645 of the Government Accounting Standards says auditors should communicate in writing to audited entity officials when suspected noncompliance with provisions of laws, regulations, contracts, or grant agreements come to the auditor's attention. We don't have that writing as far as I'm aware, and so for the purposes of moving forward with the ACFR as it's presented tonight, approving that document, but leaving the door open to consider what should be a written response to what was presented.
But again, I would make the case that they did provide everything in writing to us. I don't have any other findings or any other conclusions that you're looking for beyond what's already in the ACFR. I just want to make expectations. I don't know if you're expecting something to change within what's in there. There's nothing that we can provide additional.
That's fine. My motion, I'll let my motion stay as it is, but first allowing for council comments or questions.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Is there an alternate motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the item as is.
Okay, is there a second? Second, can I get roll call?
Councilmember Torres?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
Aye. That takes us now to council orals. We do have both myself and Councilmember Torres. Councilor Torres, you want to go ahead and move forward with yours?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. For the first item request, council consensus to establish fireworks ad hoc committee and analyze current ordinances and recommend updates that will discourage illegal activity and improve community safety. For the last few years, residents have complained, council has considered, and staff has researched safety around fireworks. During on time in office, we've seen a death, structure fires, and other adverse effects to health and safety, and a burden on our public safety services. Earlier this year, council committed to creating an ad hoc to consider and recommend solutions to some of these pressing problems. I'm requesting consensus of my colleagues to take formal action in creating this ad hoc, develop new regulatory schemes, and bringing them forward for a vote to update our codes on the best practices of today.
So can I please get roll call to provide consensus to establish this fireworks ad hoc committee?
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
We already had, did we already have a fireworks ad hoc? Are we just reinstating it or we didn't?
I don't think we ever actually formally took action to create it, because then we would have had the assignments, and I don't think there are any assignments. Like, according to the list that we have, there are no assignments or a firework ad hoc committee.
Okay. Aye.
Was that yes?
Was that-
Or, sorry?
Aye.
Okay.
Go ahead. Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
I vote aye, and then you can go ahead and continue.
For number two, just if I could ask staff for a quick update on establishing an ordinance to address vacant commercial properties.
Mayor, council members, Councilmember Torres, I do want to thank you and your leadership, as well as Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Melendez. You've both of you recently meetings have brought this issue to our attention, in addition to the council members, in terms of letting us know your concerns with vacant properties, associated issues, and nuisance concerns. Joe and his team have done an excellent job in terms of managing it. They've come up with some initiatives that we've presented to you as part of our long-term strategy. And one of those was actually this ordinance. So thank you for putting forward that ordinance for us. In the conversations that we had, we're looking at bringing that to council in the second meeting in September for adoption.
Thank you. Third, requesting council consensus directing staff to develop an ordinance requiring establishments accept cash as payment in Montebello. There are a growing number of establishments in the Los Angeles area that only accept plastic as payment. Not only does this violate the idea that our coins and bills are valid for all debts owed in the United States, it unfairly discriminates against underserved communities, particularly low-income individuals who may not have a bank account and rely on cash payments. Montebello would not be the first to enact such a rule. Larger cities in the state, like Los Angeles and San Francisco, have imposed similar requirements. I'm not asking for a council consensus to enact such an ordinance tonight, because as we know, it'll take multiple hearings, just that staff is instructed to research and develop such an ordinance for future consideration.
Okay, if there are no questions, I can go ahead and call for roll call.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
I vote aye. Oh, would you like to add the last ones to the next council meeting?
No, I was just waiting for, usually it's the vote stated out and everything else.
Oh,
Number 4,
Sorry,
request
it's
for,
very late.
request for council consensus to designate by ordinance truck routes in the city of Montebello for the health and of residential streets and enforcement against improper routes. Residents regularly complain of big rigs on small streets. They interfere with the traffic and destroy roads that are meant to carry a much lighter load. If you look closely at faded signs and high up on traffic posts, you'll occasionally see signage that indicates maximum tonnage. In trying to research which streets in Montebello are designated as trucking routes, I came across a webpage managed by Caltrans that lists truck route maps, restrictions, and municipal codes from across the state of California. It includes every county and every city, and shows whether or not they have codes in place. In viewing Los Angeles County, one will find that Montebello does not have any routes designated in its municipal code. Indeed, it does not. At the same time, our neighbors in Alhambra, Artesia, Azusa, Bell Gardens, Bellflower, Commerce, Downey, El Monte, Huntington Park, Linwood, Paramount, Pasadena, Pico Rivera, Rosemead, Santa Fe Springs, Southgate, and West Covina, as a small sampling, do. I'm asking for council consensus directing staff to codify the streets on which heavy vehicles are allowed, to include a truck route map, and to bring them forward for council approval and transmit to Caltrans.
okay. Just a quick comment. Just saying, I think this is a really great idea. A lot of our smaller neighboring streets often get run down by big trucks, and there's no necessarily like oversight or enforcement of controlling that, which ultimately ends up damaging our streets. And so I think having this established truck route is something that Montebello needs to get on board, as other cities have. Can I please have roll call?
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye. And next item.
Request for council consensus to develop an ordinance for the preservation of historic architecture and other culturally significant features in Montebello. So as we saw from the comments this evening of those members of our community that went to the meeting in Sacramento to fight for the historic preservation of structures that are significant in the city of Montebello, it's been long an idea that Montebello should have its own ordinance and develop its own codes and ways of protecting buildings that are significant to us without having to appeal to higher authorities. So I would like to ask for council consensus directing staff to work with council to develop such an ordinance.
Okay, can I please have roll call for no comments?
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye. And your last item.
Lastly, request for council consensus to calendar further discussions on a policy to guide council and commission procedures. So as we remember, there were certain procedures that were implemented as ordinances in the city of Montebello, parts of them restricting free speech on which the ACL commented on. This council took the correct action in removing them completely from our ordinances to make sure that we weren't criminalizing certain kinds of conduct by council or commissioners. However, I do believe that the general idea that there be some kind of written prescription addressing the conduct of council meetings was appropriate. We started that discussion last year, kind of trailed off, so I would just ask that we commit to calendaring further discussion on the policy to guide commissions and to guide council and commission procedures. And I would ask that staff let us know and that would be ready to come back to council.
Okay, if there are no comments, may I please get roll call?
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye. And then just finishing up here with my council orders. The first one is to request a study session to develop an inclusionary housing ordinance. As we know, affordability is a main issue that's impacting our families, with many that are being pushed out simply because we don't have enough housing or affordable housing. And so an inclusionary housing ordinance would, what it basically would do is it would mandate that future development under certain criteria actually dedicate a percentage of their units to be affordable. I think this is a really one of the first steps that we could take in terms of ensuring that we keep our community here and that they have an opportunity to continue living in the city of Montebello. So I would like to request the study session if staff can come forward and potentially provide us with some options of maybe like what other cities have done and what would best fit the city of Montebello in terms of criteria.
Mayor, if you would be open, before we take the step of going forward with a study session and evaluating what other cities have or are doing, would you be open at first actually kind of having us walk you through how we address some of these inclusionary housing issues currently within our current system or ordinances that we have in place? Yeah, we're happy to move towards a study session in the future, but if you wouldn't mind, we would ask that opportunity first to talk to you about it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So if I can go ahead and, with that addition, just ask for a roll call.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
And I vote aye. The next one is to request consensus to create a community beautification award initiative recognizing residents who take pride in the appearance of their homes. I think this is something that the city of Whittier and other neighboring cities do. I think in terms of just instilling more civic pride within our residents. They are residents that really commit to keeping their neighborhoods beautiful. This is something that we should be recognizing and something that I hope could encourage others to also do the same. So if I can please have consensus, we can do roll call.
Councilmember Torres?
I'm sorry, can the mayor please repeat that?
Yes, calling for consensus to create a community beautification awards initiative. So basically what that is that residents can self-nominate or their neighbors can nominate them. Basically, they would just be recognized for their efforts, whether online or at a council meeting, and receive some type of recognition award. There are examples in neighboring cities that have this that staff can definitely use as a template.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Peralta?
I know it's a late night. I vote aye. Lastly, it's not reaching, asking for council consensus. Do just want to say thank you to our Senator Bob Archuleta, who did have a roundtable with local mayors and Caltrans this a few weeks ago. He basically got 7 members of our Caltrans state agency to come on down and really talk about how they're working within our cities to address issues on our highways and the surrounding areas. And so they did provide us with some updates in terms of now council as well as the city can have access to their complaint service, basically like intake. They show when the specific complaints have been resolved, so we're able to in real time see the actual work that they're doing on the ground in our communities. There was a $2.1 million beautification project that between the city of Montebello and I think city of Pico Rivera. That's why we do see new fences for the most part around Monterey Park, Montebello, where the 60 freeway does lie on Via Campo. They actually just also created a new way to engage and make sure that they are being accessible and accountable to our community. They do have now a new Caltrans customer service request portal, very similar to what we have in the My Montebello app. Thank you to staff who actually integrated their service request portal into the My Montebello app. So if you do go on the My Montebello app, you can now actually use the app that will then transfer you over to their service request portal. So any issues with graffiti, homelessness, loitering, or trash that is within Caltrans jurisdiction within our city can now be complaints can be filed online. Similar to the My Montebello app, you will receive a work order and they will notify you once complete. And also thank you to staff for promoting this online. And if it could be added to the website, I haven't checked, but it would be great to have it on our website. Caltrans is also now working with cities to do community cleanups in partnership with local cities. Would love an opportunity. They do have to be scheduled a little bit months in advance, but I would love an opportunity to partner with Caltrans to do a community cleanup, maybe through a city service Saturday day, to make sure that we're taking advantage of this partnership and also being able to use their resources to clean up our city and clean up the areas that fall within their jurisdiction. This is basically, we're calling it Operation City Pride in partnership with Caltrans, and we were requested by our senator to really take on this initiative and really work with Caltrans within our local cities. With that, that does conclude my councilors and the council meeting, so I would go ahead and
Sorry.
ask.
Excuse me, Mayor. We skipped over AB 1234, travel reports.
Did,
If we
okay.
can Just touch
Do
upon.
any of my colleagues have any travel reporting? That is a no, okay.
You know what, I'm sorry, Mayor, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I attended the Contract Cities Board Retreat. So it was just a strategic planning to kind of put forward some of the bills that we're going to be advocating for, so.
Okay, thank you for sharing that and for reporting that out. I will go ahead and ask for a motion to adjourn at 10:47 PM today.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you, and we are adjourned. See everyone at the next council meeting. Thank you very much for your time today.